Alright. Day 24. Let's see if we can get up to speed a little bit quicker and hit up a faster speed today. Alright. A little bit later than usual. Oh, yikes. That was really stiff. I'm kind of loosened up near the end there, just a little bit. Struggle and a half every day. Can't settle in right away. Man. Oof, that got really stiff.
I destroyed 1,000 kingdoms, faced the final boss for you. And
And stuttering everywhere. So much stuttering.
I destroyed 1,000 kingdoms, faced the final boss for you. And now we've reached the end, after doing all we could. I love the colors of the pixels in your eyes. I feel you next to me, I'm feeling something deep inside. You'll always be mine, be my video game girl. Won't you take my hand? You can heal my life when I fall down. With you in my dreams, we used to fly. I can be player one if you come back to my life.
Yep, that was bound to happen eventually. Even when you can tell when you have your mind on it, it's still rough. You just gotta keep going and shake it off. I think I can. I think that's good enough. Maybe not. Maybe we should just keep making a little bit more. Yeah. Alright. Well, today is definitely lower than yesterday, that's for sure. Wanted to trim my nails a little. I got a little bit better near the end. Well, that is definitely somewhere to start. I still need to slow down my middle finger for that. So tired. That's below yesterday too. Whoops, I started on the wrong finger. I got a little bit closer, but not really. I got a little bit closer, but I was having trouble closing in on some of the last taps. That was a little bit dissatisfactory from yesterday. Yesterday definitely clicked a little bit better. What help do you need? How do you need help? Oh, did your GPU arrive? Is that what it is? Is it a power supply thing? The fans on the GPU unit? And when you installed it, do you mean literally, or did you already update it with like AMD Catalyst and all that stuff? You want to check if I haven't had an AMD card in a while, but you want to check if their software has a fan curve. So you still want to first get the drivers, right? Get the drivers. And then if the drivers doesn't fix that, try to get their equivalent of a GeForce, right? You've been using GeForce for your NVIDIA card. I think it's still called Catalyst. I'm not sure what it's called nowadays. But you want to pull that up and see if there's a fan curve on it. And then see what the fan curve is set to. But if it's really loud, it's probably a fan curve thing, not necessarily that it's heating up or overheating. So you first start with that. It might not have a fan curve, like a stable fan curve, so generally to default they tend to just spin as quickly as they can, or fairly fast, until a profile is installed. By the way, when you installed it, did you get rid of your other drivers? Like, did you remove your NVIDIA stuff? Whatnot? Oh, okay. Alright. Just making sure. I mean, there's a very low chance that the drivers overlap, but it's nice to make sure to get rid of something that you're not using anymore. So try to look for a fan curve, and you can adjust the fan curve. You'll look at the task manager, see. Oh, okay, okay. Well, let me know what happens then. Okay. That's about where we are. You've already made sure that your the physical thing is okay, right? There's no like the fans aren't like wobbling. Sometimes the bearing on the aftermarket stuff can wobble, which means that you have to return it, but just you've already examined the physical card itself, that there wasn't anything warped or anything. None of the like the shroud and stuff is warped from any obvious pressure placed on the GPU's exterior. I already made the assumption that it's okay, but that thought came back. You just got to make sure that that's not the case first too. What you're describing is that the AMD card doesn't have a proper fan curve or fan profile on it when it is first installed, so you want to look for one, which typically involves updating the drivers or impose whatever AMD. I mean, you could also use like a third-party thing. You think you goofed? It's not the GPU? Okay. Go on. So it's one of your case fans. Is it the back? Oh, okay, yeah. Alright. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, so the rattling was coming from the blade hitting one of the 2-pin connectors. That's fine. That's happened before. Yeah. When you shuffle things around, that does happen. Well, at least it's not a problem. It's probably one of your 2-pin connectors from one of your fan outlets. Those ones hit fan blades a lot of times, or can get loose. It's happened before to me too. If you change enough components in the CPU, at some point the little like 2 little wires could touch against the fan blade and like cause a rattling. At least everything works. It happens. It can only happen when you're messing around, you know? I'm already exhausted. That's a stamina problem. So is everything alright then? In the end of the day, turns out there's just an assumption made. Always go back to the roots. Make sure all your hardware is in line. Hey, at least you can play Tarkov with some stuff enabled now, right? Have you tried yet? I saw you playing Tarkov yesterday, so. Yeah, ish. Yeah. Alternatively, in the future, if you ever like order something, you can always order a Y splitter, like a Y cable. It acts both as an extension and a 2-for-1 in case in the future. So you don't really have to use the splitter because it can just go one way, but they're like less than $1. I mean, occasionally you can buy like a bundle, like a bag of 5 or something. Those may be useful in the future. It's generally useful in any case, just to like extend, and then all the excess slack you can just like wrap it around a stationary thing in your case if there's extra slack to it. It's nice to have extra slack than be too short. I guess today's goal is just to do multiple repetitions of this. Okay. Dude, that felt like That felt like 5 minutes, and I'm not even at 4. Hey, Silver. Hello. Yeah, we're just gonna stick to this. I don't even think... We just have to get past the 4:42 mark. Reaching for that 30 seconds is just... 30 extra seconds is ridiculous. 37 extra seconds. How are you today? What's on your mind today? Oh, my neck gets so stiff. My whole body like tightens up. Oh, okay. And even if I wanted to do something, the people I need to collab with, that's understandable. As a personal anecdote, I'm that dude that I still have the same perspective on these kind of things, where I tend to prefer to just keep doing a little work every single day. Like, I take my work, mentally I take my work home with me. It goes to me everywhere, and I have this like have this mutual relationship with work. So whenever the Christmas and the New Year's roll around, I'm still in that I divvy up some work along the like holidays. So I'm that guy that typically ends up in the lab alone and no one's like around. I'm like, I got some stuff here and there. It's like, well, I kind of need something and I kind of want to verify something with my mentor or my colleagues, and they're not around, but I just like pace around and see if I can do something, and it just keeps going. And it's more accentuated because Christmas to New Year's is like the longest period, you know. It's a relatively big block. Sometimes your coworkers and your colleagues and collaborators would be out for like a day, an extra day or something, but the big chunk, that's when, not long ago, I started this routine of, you know, maybe I could plan things or like do something that get into a habit of doing something that can supplant literally doing something at the moment. At least that's the closest anecdote I have to empathizing with that weirdness. Like, I should be resting, but then when you rest for too long, you start thinking, I could do something, like spread out, sprinkle along the days. I totally get that though. I may person who does a little work every day kind of person. It's just part of the day. A little work here, a little relaxing here, you know. So it's generally consistent. That's fair. That's fair. That is fair. Yep. Is it obligatory that you're in a working state or making yourself available? That you have to be available? You can't be on leave entirely? That is something to consider, yeah. No, I can choose to sacrifice leave, but with the kids. Oh, okay, I see. Fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't imagine you have fraternity things, right? Do you have... I don't know how far paternity leave has become in light of the whole like social... You get 2 weeks? Okay. When I was still working back then, there was this talk about the equalizer, right? In the UK, immediately after his birth. Okay, so when I was still working in the United States, right? In the United States system, yes, there had been a lot of push for like maternity leave and whatnot, but one of the deficiencies a lot of times is exchanging and delegating a your turn, my turn kind of thing, and paternity leave was a sticking point because in the United States there's tend to be a huge hyper focus on, probably a consequence of the gender roles that we had established already and still exist now. And paternity is not as I guess assumed in the United States. So you get 2 weeks. I don't know what the US standard is. I know it's a lot more deficient than coming from the maternal side of things. And it's not a competition or anything. It's just when you hyper focus on supporting and augmenting one side due to status quo, you forget, it's often forgotten that the paternal side, the father's side, could offset when you're juggling stuff. So yeah. Is maternity different in the UK? My friend in Sweden had a kid at the same time as me, and he got full paternity leave. They're pretty much the polar opposite of states in that regards. That's fair. And remember, we're only specifically talking about leaves. In exchange for that, there are other things that are gained and lost compared to that. Sweden, the reason why I'm saying that is Sweden is in a less compromising country. It's a country that is very extreme in terms of its give or takes. So using Sweden as a comparison can often generally make it feel like everything's the opposite of Sweden. Sweden has its problems too, but it's pros and cons depending on it. In the analyzing their political choices is pretty interesting. Yeah. For me, I don't know enough, but I just know what I do know, or the stuff that people pay attention to, is pretty interesting. I think you know how when you think of examples, often to create contrasts to make the point clear, as human beings, we tend to pick extreme cases to highlight what happens if they're really extreme. And Sweden is one of the countries that are extremely all or none in their policies. So it's really, it often comes up a lot. And it's not from the fault of like, it's not intended or anything. It's just, that country is a really great case study for comparing to like the UK, the US, even Asian countries, like Eastern, Western policy. They're still somewhat closer than the all or none policies of Sweden, which makes it a really great way to compare and contrast. Well, what happens when it's one and zeros? And I do hear it a lot, and getting to know Sweden's policies is a pretty great way to see what it's like to be extremely extreme. A country that doesn't have like a variation kind of within the country. My wife got 6 months. Wow. Okay. That's solid. I think that's similar here. I wouldn't know because I haven't ever been a parent yet, and I haven't married anyone who's female. So I think 6 months sounds about right. Almost full pay. We use savings to keep her. Okay. Awesome. That's cool. I'm glad you have the flexibility. I get all my info about Sweden from an old friend, and I think he only tells me the stuff he can. You have to ask yourself, right, Silver? If you wanted to talk about your country, one would first start with the nice stuff, you know? Because that's very positive thinking. So your friend strikes me as a very positive person. Obviously, I tend to be that person who, when I see contrast, there are very few things in human policy and rights and stuff that tend to be very polar, where we can actually earnestly say, oh, it's like the opposite, which that type of stuff doesn't happen too often, unless it's a discussion about very specific countries, which is Sweden would be a big one. China would be one too. In the United States, it's like, I can agree with you because of my experiences that paternity is behind, but I'm only part of a specific subset of the United States, and it varies between private and public sectors. Like, private sectors get to choose their terms, like they have autonomy over their terms. The federal standard, like the state and federal standard, tends to have something else, and there's a huge difference between paternity and maternity. And a lot of times way back in the day, I mean like politics 2 or 3 years ago, hyper focus on, hey, you know, mothers have to take care of your child for like an extended amount of time, even after birth, right? So how do we offset that? How do we support that? One of the things that are often ignored or like down appreciated is offering benefits to rotate the father figure out career-wise in order to offset that time. A lot of times it's like, no, it's the mother has all the responsibilities, they have to sacrifice. Like, it's all intended purposes is to help successfully back career-oriented couples, those who are stable, career-oriented, or like contributing to your country in terms of working and whatnot, in general, the resource that's not tapped is to increase the responsibility, but at the same time support the father figure to offset the mother, which nowadays I'm not sure if that has changed at all. Sometimes hyper focus on gender roles impede the understanding that it's a win-win. A lot the issue before was, oh yeah, mothers have all these things, they have to give up all these things, so we need to somehow make it more acceptable to focus on increasing their benefits. But you can also contribute to the family by increasing the benefits of the father instead of the mother to offset that. But it's always been a competition, like how much does the father need, how much does the mother need, and that became a rift point where it stopped just thinking, well, they both need time for a successful childbearing early years. Like, it's a win-win. Because of the hyper focus on gender policy, the father and the mother gets indirectly pitted against each other, but they're both part of the family. The idea is they're not in competition. More benefits for both. You're putting down the paternity benefits to increase the maternity benefits. Why not? Why is it a competition when there are two parents or a child or children? So it was really weird when I was watching this policy. It's like, oh yeah, but they don't need any more leave. The mother is more important. No, but the father is more, like, there was like this argument that happens. Like, wait a minute. Why is there even a competition? Any benefit on behalf of either parent is contributing to the success of their children, or it's adding to the potential success of the parents. There was some weird discussions like, oh yeah, but the mothers are more important, the fathers they're both important. They're both important. Why are you fighting each other? The politics should collaborate and enhance and encourage parenthood to be more successful. With all this said, in the United States, if you work for the private sector, it's whatever condition they make. So the idea behind what I'm saying is it's the mindset. The mindset is not encouraging. A lot of times just by doing helps remind people the mindset of, hey, having children and being successful at the same time are very important things. Instead they're more focused on who does better, who's more important, which side is more important. And if I was a business owner, in the private sector, and I wanted to maximize profits in a really, really dark, pragmatic way, it's great that parents are fighting amongst themselves on who is important and who needs more benefit at the sacrifice of the other. Because from a business standpoint, it means you have to pay for less benefits. So what would a business person in the private sector would do would be to just sit back and watch. Sit back's like, all right, go at it. I will take whoever wins out of this argument, and overall, I would end up paying less to a family unit overall. If you continue to infight, it only means that the employer has to concern themselves with less benefit output for the expense of their company. And this happens a lot. I know this topic is extremely important and is very easily one-sided morally. So you can empathize a lot and sympathize with the problem. But there are other examples, like for example, when Facebook was charged with responsibility of unintentional grooming of youth, right? Like feeding them and ads and whatnot. The idea, though, is for us business with pragmatism. It's like, all right, I'll let you guys spend all the money and time to argue about what we should do. Please tell us what we should do, because you guys are arguing within yourselves. So no matter what comes out of it, it will mean less things we have to do. So as a company, you would sit back and let your opponents argue amongst themselves, because the things they will come to is not the full force of their agreement. It's more like whoever wins the argument. So you only have to cater to the ones that win the argument. You don't have to cater to everyone. And this is like the similar situation between like fathers versus mothers. It's not fathers versus mothers. It's parents, pro-parents versus anti-parents. Like, when you're arguing about who's more important, you're being anti-parenthood as opposed to being pro-parenthood. Anything you can give towards the father and the mother will enhance the chance of success of parenthood. So it's kind of one of those things like, what is your principles? Do you care about parenthood? No, you really care more about the gender roles. So sometimes hyper-focusing, stepping back a little and giving the perspective of who's actually winning or losing from this. It's like, certainly, yes, I get it. You're trying to push that maternity is more important than paternity, but you're putting it behind this guise that you care about parenthood. The more strife you put between husband and wife, the more the parents lose out. So it's weird, but I quite literally sat around with colleagues arguing about this. I'm just puzzled. I'm like, how are we arguing about mothers and fathers being more important when they're both important? They provide essential things. They can... It's weird. Anyways, that's a slight digression, but I've sat in these discussions so many times. It's like, without perspective, no bigger picture perspective. It's just really hyper focused on agenda, and that's what happens when you're in a group of people who think a lot. They tend to get hyper focused on the finer details and haven't stepped back for the larger details. Well, that's interesting. We have some of a pick a lead parent situation, and whoever that gets the... Oh, interesting. Yeah, it should be viewed as a benefit. Yes, that's what I mean. Like, why lead parent? Silver, why lead parent? How about alternative? How about let the parents decide how that leave is divvied. Slap the 6 months and the 2 weeks together and have both the parents equally delegate amongst themselves what is most appropriate, because it is the success of the household. A lead parent would suggest there's one parent that's more essential than the other parent, and I totally don't like that mentality. A household is a household. The husband and wife, the mother and the father are delegating people who know best. Give them a lump sum leave and have them decide, and focus on improving or finding the compromise necessary to fund leave for a household. Yeah. even the policies, the United States has this policy as well. It's kind of closer to the UK system, where the idea is those who are offering these leave are prescribing, telling the household, the mother, the parents, that they have to make a choice who is more important to the household. That mentality constantly reinforce the stereotype and the thing that creates more strife than necessary. Just let the household decide for themselves. I guess it makes it hard for the employers to, if it's yes, it is. So there's a gigantic con we're avoiding, right? What is the trade-off? Employers have to negotiate these things. It is at the expense of the employer. So much like what I said in a dark tone way, employers sit back from a business standpoint and a pragmatic standpoint. It's more headache for the employer. So you have to ask yourself, who are you fighting? The employer or amongst yourself? So if I had to choose a pragmatic approach for fighting for your household, like considering your household, you would put your household first, if that is your objective, and your employer second. Because your employer, here's more pros and cons, right? Your employer is better equipped at work. Like, you might be thinking, yeah, it will inconvenience your employer and your employer, but they, skill-wise, are already better equipped at addressing this inconvenience than two parents. This child only has, or this child tend to, on average, have two parents, right? Back in the day, either of those two fail, it dramatically and significantly hurt the success of the family. And what happens when the family fails? You're out of an employee anyways. Like, as an employer, yes, in the short term, so much less hassle if the parents just fight amongst themselves with their policies and stuff, and we'll just force a decision on them. That makes the employer convenient and whatnot. But what happens when your employee fails? Well, you're out of an employee by default in the long run. Like, it will diminish whatever your employee performs anyway. So upfront headache, I could make an argument per se to hire someone to create a system that is dynamic enough to take up the upfront rearrangement of your employees, expecting that your employees will more likely stay with you and work at a higher efficiency in the long term, because they are more likely to be more grateful to you as an employer. In fact, you might even attract even more employee and higher productivity in the long run. But that is a promise. It's a outlook. So you're not guaranteed that. And from a pragmatic standpoint, it's logical to guarantee a short-term benefit or short-term overall benefit or lower costs than a long-term output. Because that's what is the saying about business? The saying is, don't invest in a hope. Like, dude, investing in something that is going to happen is the biggest risk you can take as a business owner, especially a multi-million-dollar decision. So yeah, it's understandable. Yeah, in a dream, yes, that's it. That's the phrase. Investing in a dream is a really big business risk, especially taxing on pragmatism. But at the same time, these are people. A dream is a concept that can be independent of a person, right? It could be something that doesn't involve groups of people who don't dynamically see and hope like you do. So it's a difficult situation. I'm not a big business owner, right? I don't run my own company and stuff, so I can't even begin to fathom all the pros and cons that they have to go through. But for me, I see two parents, and every time this comes up, especially about leave of absence, I keep thinking that all we ever do, especially in a Western society, when I mean we, I mean the Western society, reinforce that it's not a household. It's one lead parent who's doing most of the work, and one parent that is doing less of the work. And is it a fact? Actually, statistically, like if you take all the it's not the fact, but conventional knowledge, because of the way our policy works, like many countries policy works, it reinforces that misconception. Even though if one parent fail, it's likely to dramatically decrease the chance of success of the household, either or. So it's not more about who's doing more, it's about how essential are both the parents. And usually they're both essential for the success of the household. So you're trying to meet sufficiency, like what is sufficient for the success of the household? Both the parents. It's a reasonable perspective. Both parents are sufficient. You know, I think that bleeds into relationships rather than just from a business outlet. One of the biggest strains on us when times were hard was the view that the working parent isn't doing it. Yeah, no, it's creating dichotomy. It's hurting the family unit. Overall, I get it. We're really, like, in the United States right now, the biggest trend is to talk about the perceptive inequality, like what is creating inequality, and they're focused on that. Rarely have I seen where, okay, we talk about these inequalities, sure, okay, like keep these in mind, but then step back and say, is the overall household being damaged by this focus? And in the United States, there are individuals like myself, I guess, with a more, I guess, drier perspective on the analytics of what's happening. They don't mean to say that gender equality and roles and stuff are unimportant. It's that the consequence of hyper-focusing on these things is destroying the household. It's creating a lower success, and then you have all these people like they are upholding the status quo, right? But the one message they get accurate is they're upholding the status quo because they believe in it and whatnot. It's so like they are upholding it because it creates consistency, and overall it returns the household success to what it was compared to now. So the idea is they raise a fair point. Why uphold a status quo? Well, what we are focused on now has reduced the success of the household. In fact, in the United States, it's as much as 70%. Like what you are, Silver, you, your wife, your child represents like 30% of modern households at your age. Like, so even though it might be like misogynistic or like chauvinistic, however you want to say it, those people have a stance and coexist because the old success rate of a household with the gender roles, with the whatever paternity, dominance, however, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't defeat the stats that this old success status quo has in unbelievable statistical significance of successful household overall satisfaction. So yeah, you could say these things are important, but we have lost sight of the end means too. I love process. I love looking at the little steps that deal with it, and I'm rarely ever arguing for end justifies the mean kind of thing. But in this case, the hyper focus on the process also takes away from the ends. So all these arguments that we are having, they're very profound, they're important things to discuss. However, the one glaring stat is that the United States household, at least in the United States, across the board, households are failing. Like, what I mean by failing is there's no mutual household. Like, it's plummeted. It's outrageously plummeted. Like, you can't... It sucks. Meanwhile, when you're focusing, like, yeah, okay, equality and all that, and the roles, like, that stuff, but the end result is that modern couples, modern parents, they're all just finding ways to compensate for the strife right now. It's a constant strife in the household, and in the end of the day, all the members of the household want to be successful, like, in the household, but they're fighting each other. They're being reinforced to fight each other. So all the relationship, it bleeds into all the relationships leading up to marriage, to kids, to, because you're constantly reminded that, hey, it's a competition. I sometimes you can use a euphemism that competition breeds reform, which enhances the success of, it increases the fitness of both the parents. But man, marriage and parenthood, do you have the luxury of bootstrapping competition within a relationship like that? The once in a lifetime event? I mean, sometimes it's twice in a lifetime, 3 times in a lifetime. That's become more common because of the strife, in my opinion. So it really sucks. You get in and you start thinking like, oh, would you do this because, I did this? It's like, why is that even a dialogue now? It's like, I'd be happy to do this. We're contributing to our family, our household. Like, I would do anything to prop up our household, not just me, not to prove that men are not as lazy as women in a relationship or something like that. Why is that a competition? Like, I would do anything to prop up the overall success of my household. Just taking care of your first, yeah. You, as a paternity person, like, if we're going back to paternity leave and maternity leave, parents shouldn't have to worry about that, in my opinion. Like, who gets more time off? They just need to focus on when we need time off, we can get it. Like, within a reasonable, like, say, combined, you get 7 months, right? Between the two of you. You can at least know that when either of you need it, you can tap into that 7 months. It's not, oh yeah, so you get the 6 months. So remember that you have the brunt of the like, you get those six months. So you have to automatically assume most of the responsibility. It's not fair, but since you said you're a lead parent, you have to step up. And we can't go back on this decision. So if you fail, it hurts the whole household. That's creating inequality. That's literally imposing inequality. Whether you think of it or not, it's producing that reinforcement. Like, who's the lead parent? Oh, okay, so who wants to get most of the responsibility? Instead of, hey, 7 months, whenever. Yes, postnatal depression, exactly. It's rough. And you know what? That's why I do sympathize with mothers. I do sympathize with the stress of maternity, because all the policy reinforce, all the status quo reinforce who the important or more important, I get it. But back in the day, back in the day, you know, before we started, like at least in the United States, arguing about equality, the system was unequivocated. So like it wasn't even. And you know what that did? It better served the assumed lead parent. Pragmatically speaking, the status quo was that the mother is the lead parent in the household. So whether you think that's sexist or not, the system supported that assumption. In the United States, that is no longer the case. They're fighting for equity, the equalizing of the parents, yet some of the policy still favors or disfavors one parent by giving them more responsibility and less responsibility while the system's equalizing. So if the system equalize, you can't support the lead parent anymore because you're thinking they're equal parents, but the policy has fallen behind. So now they're in this transition. It's like, wait, so you want both? So mothers want to be also as equally successful as the fathers career-wise. So you going towards that, but then when parenthood props up, it's like that policy is not equalized yet. So the mother is going to just assume the responsibility, or the father if the lead parent ends up being decided as the father, but the policy is not equal. It's two different takes, the biased gender roles versus the equalizing roles. So it's a slow transition. I'm not saying no one's doing anything about it or no one's like making it inherent. It's a transitional pain, right? And all that argument does is it's postponing progress. You got to choose. In the United States, the policies are uneven right now. You either want equality or you want to reinforce a normalized distribution. I'm not saying unnormalized as an equalized distribution. A normalized distribution to the appropriate roles that people can agree on. So right now the United States have like policies that make equity great in one area, but that equity doesn't translate to paternity yet. And paternity and maternity. So, and here's the caveat, right? How do you equalize childbearing? As much as I love that people have this sentiment that mentally women and men have, like, you know, capacities that are equivalent, we're aiming for this idea that neither gender roles are being diminished. How do you equivocate childbearing? How do you equivocate the biological difference when it comes to paternity and maternity? If we're going for equality, at least the United States, at least the argument is we want equality. Men aren't just gonna be able to start having children. So how does the policy work? How is it ever going to be the lead parent is not statistically favoring the mother? Because the mother has to give birth, right? They have to bear the child. So the time will consistently, factually, biologically favor the mother. So now it just constantly reinforces strife in the household. Just constantly reinforcing strife. So it kind of, I don't know what the solution is. I mean, we'll see. But I know that it would be really cool, in my opinion, it would be really cool if instead of focusing on equalizing the policy, it focuses on the postnatal offset that the paternity can have on the parents. So like postnatal would be the response. To equivocate a little bit, paternity leave would match the postnatal period that gives the mother, the female who has to give birth, an offset. So literally, it would reinforce gender inequality for the appropriateness and pragmatism of biological differences. And yes, that would diminish and hurt the agenda of gender equality. It can be interpreted as taking away, but the biological difference isn't just going to change overnight because we willed it. So it would be nice, in my opinion, as a suggestion, that paternity leave is used to offset postnatal depression. That's a big leap, but generally speaking, if paternity can offset after childbirth, I would fancy to guess one of the benefits is to reduce depression. Like, a mother just gave birth. Now the mother has given all the responsibility and all the pressure just because you have to decide who is the lead parent. But the lead parent, that's not a choice. The mother is biologically the childbearer. So your policy is emphasizing a choice, but your biology is not emphasizing a choice. That creates cognitive dissonance. It's an inherent cognitive dissonance between what's factual and what's not, what's subjective and what's accurate. So it only leads to more strife, in my opinion, in the household. You can't change. Honestly, in an ideal world, it's like, hey, we get to pick who has to bear the child, right? That's not true. It just isn't. So why do you choose who the lead parent is? No, that's... Yes, agreed. That's the human condition. Yeah, it's the human condition. And I'm making commentary and criticism where acknowledging that there isn't an easy solution. And what I mean by easy solution, I mean mentally, satisfyingly circumventing the human condition, right? But it's very disheartening to see, and I'm a product of it. Like, I'm not going to even deny that me, 35, single, well-educated, is still single, is a product of all of this. Like, I cannot deny that even in my infinite wisdom, I guess, and perspective on the human condition, it does not increase or decrease substantially the success rate that has already been prescribed by society. So it is not uncommon for me and everyone I know to don't even bother with parenthood. Yeah, like, at least in the United States. Anyone who shares on paper the stuff that policies included, all the check marks, that decreases parenthood chance. Like, the policies are legitimately pragmatically illogical. So those who you think would be best able to support children will pragmatically find it unincentivized and non-practical to have children. So the policy, at least in the United States, is reinforcing that those who are most able to support children are not going to. It's crazy. You might think, oh, that's weird. Like, isn't childbearing like one of the most... Yes, human-wise, human condition-wise, but those individuals who are successful tend to be more pragmatic and educated and understand that, yeah, it's a big risk. No policy supports it. Makes me think, Idiocracy wasn't such a far-fetched movie. No, it isn't. Yeah. Was that the actual title? I think it was, right? That movie was spot on. It was pretty important. If you take it for the pregnant. Yeah, Idiocracy, yeah. So that movie was pretty... It's worth a watch if you haven't seen it in its entirety. Yeah. Essentially. And we're talking about smart people. This is not the same as intelligent people. Most people are intelligent, as in they have the capacity to reach that place. But a consequence of becoming smart with your intelligence is that you come to the conclusion most of the policy and systems that are in place now will tell a smart people and smart couples it's not worth it to have children. And I am part of that subset of people. So I am biased in a sense that there's a highly statistical likelihood that anyone I know who associates with me is not going to have children at all. And then I see other people who, it's not to say you're not smart. It's you didn't get to a stage of informing that you still take the risk. Like, for example, I know you're in the UK, but you and your wife didn't get to a stage where you were saying, nah, it's not worth the risk. You still had that, what I would say, early innocence that lets you take the risk, and you know that it's going to be worth the risk. And it comes with knowing actually less about the perspectives and the things working against you. And whenever I see someone talk about their children and love their children, they talk about maternity. It's like, yeah, because the system is working against you. Like, the system is working against you. And it's for better or for worse. We're not talking about, like, intentions, right? The people arguing about gender roles and whatnot, their intention is noble. It's to further whatever they believe would help with the human condition. But the human condition can't change the fact that modern couples are failing. Like, yeah, growing pains for sure. You know, we have to learn to find a new balance and all. But the resistance, the opposers, are the ones that are saying, hey, look, I can't empathize with you because the groups, the opponents are seeing is an extreme plummeting of familial satisfaction. Just an absolute, and that's due to change. But it's not to say that eventually all the smokes go away. Like, when the smoke clears, it's just going to bounce back to a higher state. I'm not saying that's not going to happen, or it couldn't happen. I'm just saying right now what the facts are, the very facts of the last couple years, is that familial household, and familial as in child-bearing families, are tanking. They're tanking globally, everywhere. I mean, the most extreme case would be Japan. Japan is one of those. Japan is a Sweden. Sweden and Japan are often used as case comparisons with countries that are far more messy, like convoluted. United States illustrates a country that just everything's mixing, the whole stirring the pot, it's constantly in a whirlpool. But when you compare it to a case study like Sweden and Japan, yeah, United States is the polar opposite of everything that characterizes them, because they're orderly. Japan and Sweden are orderly. Unapologetically, their policies are towards a vision, towards an ideology. It's an all or none, a 1 or 0. You're either Japanese or you're not Japanese. You're either Swedish or you're not Swedish when it comes to the perception of policy and values. In the United States, it's the total opposite, because it's a hurricane. It's like a twister with a billion things in it. And any country that is messy will feel like it's the total opposite of those countries, which is pretty cool. But at the same time, like, I'm looking forward to the future, obviously, so maybe. But I can't help but acknowledge and concede that I'm one of the statistics. I am less likely to... There are alternatives, which I'm seeking alternatives, right? But yeah, all the stuff I said would compel me to think anyone who I choose to be my partner, or anyone who I choose to have my biological child, is going to be at a significant disadvantage. They are going to be forced to have responsibilities that I cannot help them with. That's the perspective I have. And if you really love someone, it's difficult to say, yeah, I really want to have a child as a man, as a male. I really want to have a child, but it would mean imposing the worst dip in a female's life. Like, I'm not gonna even go into the idea of like I have to be married to this person and all that stuff. That's morality, that's religious spiritualism and whatnot. What it says to me is, if I enter a partnership with someone, I have already basically assured them that they have unequivocal responsibility to me, and I can't do anything about it at all. And no one is going to attempt, like, the system isn't going to attempt to offset that. So if I really love that other person, as a pragmatic person, it's difficult to convince myself that I should put them through that. Even if that other person's like, yeah, I'm going to do this, you know, this is part of the journey. It's what, like, I get it, but it doesn't remove the fact that it's not a fair system, because biology is not fair either. It's unequivocated, and our policies are still continuously gravitating towards a choice when there isn't a choice. So instead of focusing on making it look like a choice, in my opinion, pragmatically speaking, I would encourage policymakers to view it as a non-choice. It's more like a help. Hey, does maternity leave, increase in maternity leave, decrease the birth, the afterbirth, like anything that occurs after birth of the lead parent? Because they are the lead parent. When it comes to childbearing, it is very difficult to argue pragmatically they are not the lead parent, the one that's physically and literally carrying the baby. But then who is the lead parent after? It could be the father, right? But instead, it just keeps assuming. You keep stacking on the responsibility on the mother. And if that's assumed, like, say we don't prescribe to that, then you can try to focus on the parents. But what if it is true? What if it stands true? Make a policy for it. Give maternity leave, you know, more than. So instead of trying to make it equal, which is not, instead of constantly making the policy go towards equality for parenthood, just acknowledge the fact that the parents aren't equal. And I'm not saying they are either. Everything about biology against our emotional benefits, like morality and stuff, as much as I really want to say that somehow I can offset not having a child, like literally having a child, I can't. That's not the facts. The facts are the mothers have the children. They are biologically endowed to raise children. And then you start going to that misogyny, right? The people who are saying like, but this and this and this is like, but that's true. Well, the stuff they said are true. The mother has to bear the child. So what could they do? they misogynistically assume all the male roles to best complement the inequality of having biological children. So in a way, yes, it's disagreeable, the balance of like perspective and whatnot, but pragmatically speaking, it's on point. Sexism, the things that we consider sexism or inequality, is like it fits the biology. Instead of finding an agreement between these two, it's either all or none for equality or all or none for sexual inequality. So like gender inequality and gender equality, it's not a blend and a nice compromise to match our biology. It's we must have equality or we must have inequality. It's not a, hey, let's meet in the middle and make sure that our policies reflect the biology that's best suited. Like a policy that's best suited for our biology. You have people aggressively pushing for parental equality in policy making, but when it comes to families, they are biologically they're not equal. So you don't have this compromise. Some things are not equal, some things are. But yeah. Anyways, that's a huge digression, and I'm not even sure if I finished practicing today. It's a thing that's on my mind all the time, like, because I really want to be a father, but such an uphill battle. Feels bad, man. Uh-oh. It's great that you have a romanticized view of the family unit, because in my opinion, psychologically and irrationally, you require that in order to choose to have children in the current state of things. And I would say this applies to most countries outside the exceptional countries. The exceptional countries that chose to trade off certain things in order to embrace their ideology, which includes Japan and Sweden. You can see that Japan and Sweden has the most incredible opposites when it comes to parenthood, because they are ideologically homogenous. They embraced an all or none policy when it comes to how the family unit's viewed. Sweden and Japan are the true opposites. Just look at the familial success of Sweden's policy and Japan's policy, and then converge that with their corollary of their population profile. You'll see that Japan is struggling massively to have children, and Sweden is the opposite. In the United States, it's a mixed bag because it's a twister of flying emotions. I think I waited too long. But it's definitely... I don't want people to lose. I really dislike seeing people losing. But it just strikes me as a lose-lose situation. Oh, no. It's perfectly alright. I reached my goal today. Without a doubt, it is technically my responsibility to choose to digress, right? Like I could technically, I had all the power and the discipline to say, yeah, we can save the discussion for another time. So I don't think it's logical that you would have to feel sorry for sidetracking myself, right? It's kind of one of those things like it would kind of make sense if I was younger. If I was younger, perhaps that would be the responsibility, the onerous would be like, the sidetracking would be more of an out of innocence thing. But for me, I did voluntarily choose to sidetrack myself. So I don't want to. And then the thing that I'm saying, like, oh yeah, I'm really cold now, is just stating a fact to myself that, yes, this is what happens when I digress. So I'm assuming the responsibility, but I appreciate the compassion, Silver. It is worth mentioning that sometimes it can feel like a lot of times people inconvenience each other, but we have to remember, as adults, as at least disciplined adults, I would consider myself fairly disciplined. I did voluntarily choose to know that I'm gonna become cold the more I talk. And the whole lose-lose situation, in parenthood, pragmatically speaking, one parent is going to lose. But what I'm saying is, at least one parent is going to win, right? Overall, what's happening, at least for the part of the United States or the group that I'm part of in the United States, neither parents win because they are fighting amongst themselves to choose parenthood or not. So instead of having a win-lose situation, both parents are losing, which that's worse, right? Pragmatically speaking, is worse. Both parents lose something, as opposed to, hey, well, I will lose to guarantee your win, right? That's still more agreeable than having policy made in which both parents lose. Like, it only reinforces how much each parent is losing to sacrificing to have children. And that's what I'm worried about. I don't like seeing lose-lose situations. I know that winning means someone loses. That's realistic. It's very pragmatic. And on the super rare occasion, there are win-win situations, like mutualism or symbiosis. There are rare cases that can happen, and I'm all for that too. It's just when it comes to parenthood, at least the United States modern society, it's a lose-lose situation. You can still go to a state like Montana, or I'm making this up, I don't actually know the states, but a state with a very defined ideology that reinforces. So you can even find case studies in the United States where you take a state with a very polar ideology, as in a 1 or a 0, and take the statistics of the family household, they are statistically significantly more successful. And there's something about that. And using that to compromise the United States. So I'm in a state that is just split completely. I happen to be, by coincidence, in a state that's split. But in the United States, you can still find ideologically homogenous states. The double standard here, because of facts, is that there aren't a state that's entirely a city, but the closest thing we can have is like Maryland. Like, there's a state that where the city is the majority environment, they have an exponentially lower population of parents, like successful parents, than the other states. Sprawling and of the opposite. You can just, you don't even need to go outside other countries to find the dichotomy between ideologies. You can do that in the United States. You can legit just group the states by household families, and they would line up with the policies. And it would be interesting for policymakers to like take a little from column A, what makes households successful, and try to get a perspective on what is happening that's creating a decrease or an increase. So maybe it's, and I'm also, it's worth mentioning, it could be fine. Like, if the country agrees that, hey, you know, we do have a lot of babies, we have enough people having children and not having children, that's fine. It's like, great. But what about the future? Like, okay, so now we need a time where, yeah, we need to have more babies to keep our country populated at some point, right? So let's learn from that now and learn from it later, or like wait for the time to learn it, right? You have, we live, we still, in the United States, it's still a nice time to be alive. It's still in a society that's fairly stable overall. Like, we have to think about historically where the United States used to be and where it is now. So there are so many things we can test and try as a community to see if it's for better or for worse, or not for better, for worse, towards our objective. My objective right now when we talk about parenthood is getting sidelined. That's all the stuff we learn from now, is the things we are doing now sidelines parenthood. So we, you know, it's worth mentioning these things. It's worth being aware that what we're doing is sidelining parenthood. And then in the future, we'll know, hey, we need to encourage parenthood. Okay, let's stop doing what we did in 2022. Like, let's stop doing things that we did in 2018 to 2022 as a learning experience in retrospection. Hence, I make these digressions all the time. In the future, I'm going to look back. It's like, yeah, you know, we're not doing that. It's like, our population's on the decline. Sweet. And we look back, it's like, yeah, we learned. We didn't do what we bickered about like 5 years ago. That kind of thing. So it's looking from a pragmatic, it might have sounded optimistic the way I said it, but it's in no way indicating that the future is going to be like that. Because I rarely ever, as a pragmatic person, I rarely think about predicting what's going to happen in the future. It's just what's happening now is now. It already happened. There's no argument. Those are the statistics. How you interpret it is what I'm doing here. I'm interpreting that parenthood is getting sidelined for equality, because parenthood is fundamentally not equal. You cannot, it's not two parents with wombs in a heterosexual relationship. So we're specifically talking about heterosexual relationships. And honestly, there's a hot take where there's now mutual paternal relationships, and it's at the expense of two surrogate mothers. And even that, there's not enough, obviously there's not a big enough sample size, but with how flexible payment and reconditioning is, reconditioning from the use of body utility, it ends up overall being more mutual. In fact, the early statistics when it comes to single parent surrogacy ends up being more mutually satisfying, because the monetary constraints and the postnatal responsibilities are negotiated before parental parenthood, independent of matrimony and the forced decisions that have to be made. So instead of worrying about lead parent, there's just an exchange of negotiation prior to having the child. And that is the thing. there is some like emotional and all that still happen, but overall, generally speaking, that type of arrangement turns out to be, at the moment, statistically more appropriate for modern parents. One parent, one person really wants to be a parent, but also does not want the burden to relay that responsibility on a partner. So what happened is this partner agrees that they would surrogately host the birth and be compensated for everything, whatever the value they determine that is sufficient for them. So the moment that child is born, the responsibility is redistributed. And overall, yes, there's still emotional baggage between the two, but the overall dissatisfaction and stuff ends up being more rapid. The transaction, and that you might be saying like, oh, psychologically that's not morally and unethical. Yes, for sure. You can argue those things. But pragmatically, it creates the most rapid way of exchanging the mental responsibility. So single parents are on the rise. And not because it's necessarily more rewarding, so to speak, or more, it can have greater highs, but what it can have is consistency. Expectations are met by the arrangement. So single parents are on the rise. And the reason why that's important is because there's a very, very high likelihood that I'm going to end up being a single parent. And you might be thinking, oh, but that's just an artificial thing, right? It's just out of convenience, out of privilege, and out of opportunities. Like, you can make an argument for that. Evidence would support that. You can also alternatively say, well, we do have examples of that. Why are divorce so high? Single parenthood became a default even when matrimony was involved. So you could even say that's an extension of alleviating the original strife and postnatal problems beforehand. So pragmatism doesn't pick whether it gives you endorphins or love or like feels what's right. Pragmatism shows you the road to the least resistance to achieve your goal. One person wants to be a parent, one person wants to be paid for giving childbirth or bearing a child. Arrange them, right? And what do you have? Overall, it meets all their expectations. Yeah, so it's really interesting. Again, for parents, these parents, like the one that wants to have a child, they are doing it for selfish reasons. But hey, if you ask this person, hey, you need to find a wife that you unequivocally going to burden to have the right and privilege to be a father, and compare that to the current arrangement, I'm not sure pragmatism is on your side there. So naturally, statistically, and expectedly, these types of arrangements are producing two more consistently satisfied people than slapping them together. And what's interesting is you might think, oh yeah, so what are the statistics that they end up getting married? You know, due to this arrangement, they developed that thing. As far as I know, that's not the case. So like what I would want to believe romantically is that, oh yeah, humans, they'll get a bond. The child would end up bringing them together, right? That's how my parents are. They strife, they fight all the time, but what kept them together is the bond of children. Like my sister and I exist. It kept them together. Well, okay, well that's a situation of chicken or the egg. Can two people arrange in having a mutual child that is transferred, bring them together? Well, apparently it's not that strong. Not strong enough to create a tendency. So the statistics didn't suggests that, oh yeah, all single surrogacy ended up, oh, they eventually developed passion for each other and got married because of the similarity. And so instead, nowadays, the practice is the two will not be linked biologically as well. So like the child will not be of the two parents involved. It would be of one of the parent involved. Because there's no mutual increase in satisfaction if somehow that arrangement ends up having a biological children in which they're both biologically attached, but they're mentally and mutually apart. That brings them together naturally. There's nothing that supports that. So it's a lot less messier to have one parent biologically related to the child and not both parents, to create a conflict of interest, right? That emotional strife led to greater or no gain, no apparent gain. So they didn't do, so that's not the normalized practice. The normalized practice is that only one parent is biologically related to the child. That's what pragmatism leads to. So as much as I like to think that a child brings parents together or brings two people together, if I had to argue against my better hypothesis, the child tends to split the parents apart. And it's not because we were evolved to be dissatisfied. We live in a social construct that's made that either supports or not supports parenthood. And in the country that I live in, childs are more correlating with the breakup of marriages than the bringing and solidifying of marriages. And society isn't trending in a way that increases those odds. The facts are it's decreasing those odds. There's no statistics that show that household parenthood is increasing in success overall. They're decreasing. If you take a very specific subset of types of parents, then that's called a selection bias. But the selection bias, using a selectively biased sample, you can prove that you can converge on the idea that a specific ideology supports the household and one that doesn't. If you selectively segregate the group on sampling, but in a random selection overall, when you combine the group, overall it's dipping in the United States. Even without knowing policy, I can tell you, I can feel that there are definitely times when we're at breaking points from, yeah, and it's what you're doing and what you're saying is what makes every time I see happy family with children makes it even more incredible. It's absolutely more incredible. And to individuals who maybe we just differ in our perspective and our understanding of scope, but that's what makes it possible that you are successful parents and I am not. Like that's the dichotomy. It's a cake and eat it thing. I became aware of these things and I'm less likely to overcome that. So when you think of misogyny, like things like Andrew Tate and stuff, what they're saying is still a reflection of what makes households successful. That block on being more conscientious or being more worldly, yeah, exactly. And in a sense, it's selective ignorance. And what I'm saying about selective ignorance is it's kind of a paradox. You choose to turn a blind eye out of like ideology, and that selective ignorance has created a result that the other side or the non-ignorant can't deny factually. So for me, I am the product of what is not being ignorant, Do you want that? Like, you have to ask yourself, do you want that? Well, a part of me is saying I don't, but it's not like I can be, it's not like I have the personality of someone's like, oh yeah, I'm just going to pretend that the person I marry, if that person I marry happens to be female, they're not just going to get the shaft. They are going to get the shaft. In fact, pragmatically speaking, my colleagues, my best friends, they had this discussion together and they ultimately come to one conclusion. They decide not to have children mutually. And if I had to say I am like these people, my partner, who if she happens to be female, we would likely come to the same conclusion that, yeah, you're just getting the raw end of a stick. Like, you're just gonna get boned, and I can't have that. Like, overall, the two of us would say someone's suffering too much for this arrangement, and that's crazy. But it's crazy in an emotional and morality standpoint. It's not crazy from a pragmatic standpoint. So if you pride on objectivity and being like a deep thinker and really aware of stuff, well, ask yourself if parenthood is something that you would like. Because when I see objectivity and pragmatism in a exercise well, like critical thinking exercise well, I see parentless families. I see parentless couples. And that's what makes humans so extraordinary, in my opinion. That's the idea that we can have this, like, we can have two people who are talking to each other, but fundamentally just alter the course of their biological existence is amazing. That's the dynamics of the human condition. But what needs to be emphasized here is most of the things are connected. So when you view things in isolation, it will take you away from the interconnectedness of the facts. If you're highly educated, you're world seeking, you think about the cost, risk, benefits, all that stuff. If you're a critical thinker, parenthood is not it right now. And how does that reflect on current policy? Policies does not incentivize having children. That's a very logical approach. It's not bad. It's not good. We might be overpopulated, like, hey, few children, that could help keep the population in check, right? For the resources. That's a positive way to look at it, a pros and cons, right? Pros and cons about not having children right now. But it doesn't change the fact that the current policy doesn't sway practical couples. But Silver, if in no means that being less smart means you didn't make the more intelligent decision about your biological fitness. The facts are, you and your wife are more biologically fit than any rational couple. Even though you're making an irrational decision, it improves your biological fitness. Hey everyone, we just digressed into something, but now I have no idea what I'm doing anymore. But what was Sun doing? Sun was playing Resident Evil 0, right? How was that like? I was on a digression about current policy and prospective parenthood. The difference between smart couples and not educated couples. And I'm saying it that way because not educated people, it doesn't mean they don't have the capacity to be smart. But there's a great trade-off for that, in my opinion. Not smart people are more successful at being parents than smart people. That'll be the hot take. That's the hot take of the whole thing. And it deals with the current policy and whatnot, but there's no bad or good in there. I only see lose-lose situations. So now we go back to me trying to feel out this stuff. I'm way past my I'm way past my training, but it was Boolean? What does that even mean? Son, I don't know what that means. Is that good? Is that bad? It means it was hard. I had fun. I was mostly just chatting a lot while playing. Oh, okay. Well, that's awesome. What did you chat about? Give me some examples. I really do need to take it easier. Hold up. I'm gonna try to like get that burn and then call it a day. But hey, look. Improvement. Oh, sorry, I don't have an MP, but it's just a map set with triples. So your favorite part is explaining why you hate Sekiro. Okay. Enlighten me. Also talked about what a perfect game for me would be, or oh, what did you come to? Give me some characteristics of your perfect game, or suitable game for the time being. Don't worry, this is appropriately what would happen when I digress. Don't worry about it. We reached the end of our training for today already, really early, so it's not too bad. We're not pushing for much harder. I'm just trying to see if I can get the feeling back, the part that I know is a feedback or saying that I'm actually doing what I need to do to increase the accuracy of these things. So I'm basically just reinforcing the mind-body connection that I've been holding on for the last 2 days. Whoops, I skipped the beat. Yep, that's a lot of stiffness. But hey, son, I found the sauce. So it's pretty awesome now. The only problem is the sauce is so much more taxing. It is so much more taxing than what I was doing the first 2 weeks. But I did find it. So now we're like saucing it up. Like we've got the mind body connection to be great. But now it's tough. It's getting tougher. It's more restrictive. Infinite content? Okay, alright. That's fair. I agree. Who doesn't like infinite content? Okay, so let me read the rest before we go about that. So kind of like also always something new coming. Okay, in a game primarily with. Alright, so dark fantasy, maybe heavier on Lovecraftian themes or alternative horror. Combat system. Smooth and complex. I'm guessing smooth as in like more snappy, right? Responsive. Instead of like smooth as in flowy. Because if you have flowy, you also have floaty kind of things, and I think maybe smooth comes with snappiness. Because I can see that. And then the complexity, yeah. But I come to... That's fair. That's a very reasonable final statement. I just kept thinking of different things I like that would have to be included, but they don't really... Yeah, they don't, yeah. It's, you know, the elements of building requires, it's kind of like game theory. If you understand, if you delve into game theory a little bit, that might be an interesting thing that might spark your interest, son. Reading about game theory. Game theory relates certain designs and mechanical properties of the games we know now and what characteristics define them. So understanding game theory allows one to know what are the trade-offs, what are the pros and cons. Like, can you have something that has this property and this property? Are they mutually inclusive, mutually exclusive of each other? Are they conflicting? Are they synergistic? So a lot of times when I one of the richness about gaming as a whole, here's a hot take. I'm gonna try to blow your mind. So no, I'm not gonna blow your mind. But here's my hot take on what you said about infinite content. When I see a game, I see games as a continuum of all the games. So as a person, in my opinion, for me, I consider myself a game theorist. I like playing games because the game itself is infinite. Games are reflective of an infinite creativity. So instead of seeing Bloodborne as a singular game, Bloodborne is a game in a continuum of games. So as long as people continue to create, innovate, and exchange parts, it has infinite content. The problem with that is, for you, is how much of that causes you discomfort or like disinterest compared to how much of it interests you. So every time the frequency goes up, you shrink the selection down to safeguard yourself. So how small is that? Well, you named a singular game, right? You named the property of a singular game. And then, you know, Sekiro would be something that reflects what you don't like about the combination of stuff. So that is kind of like illustrating, yeah, I don't know if it will help you, but understanding the quality and like the package of interactions in games I don't know if that realism, like pragmatism, will help you understand. Oh yeah, I like this game, but I know when I play this game, it will have these specific qualities that I'm not that receptive to. But knowing that in advance, does that help you be okay or more acceptable of it? I don't know if that works for you. It works for me. So like I'm gonna play a Souls game and I just know in game theory wise there are gonna be things that I can be without or be with. But inherently there isn't gonna be a game that has those characteristics altogether, right? Except this game. So I don't feel bad about it or good about it. Sometimes knowledge, you know, like knowing what to expect and that meets your expectations, it can offload a bit of discontent. I have a weird relation with difficulty of Souls games. I kind of love, hate it. I can see that. I can understand that based on what other people talk about it. What do I hate about it? Souls games? I'm a novelty seeker. So playing a game that in theory tends to cater specific things, I come back to it. It's more out of I seek different things. So I played the first Soul. My first Souls game was Dark Souls 1. And then revisiting a Souls game, I am less likely to revisit a Souls game because I'm a novelty seeker. So it takes a while for me to travel all the way back to a Souls game. That's all that is in the most simplest term. So Sun is seeking repetition or consistency of the things he like. I like the thing I did last. So the most recent thing I did is the most interesting thing to me. Until the next thing. It doesn't oh, yeah. Oh, so you were asking. Oh, yeah. Well, it's the difficulty, isn't it? I don't understand. Didn't Silver answer that by the difficulty of Souls games? Or do you want a specific? I like the things I did last. Petition. I can't separate myself. Oh, that's vague? I mean, having infinite content is pretty vague. Is that acceptable? I think when it comes to people's desires and emotions, it tends to be... It sounds like you specifically like Souls games, Wormlove. Would make me think that you're asking for specifics. For me, it's a frustrating learning curve. I just like being frustrated with the dopamine and completing the task. There you go. And Silver, I say I can understand what you're saying. I can't empathize. I'm not suggesting you're picking any sides. We're all gamers here, so we talk about things, right? I don't think you have to be a fan to want to... Yeah, that's fair. I don't want to be argumentative in here, but you clearly are implying something that is not... Like, talking games for game's sake is what I'm here for. Sun might not agree with me, but yeah. Back to the Silver thing. I feel like Difficulty teaches you to control your frustration and build a better mindset. That's fair. That's fair. So here's the deal. Let me take your logic to the next step, right? Love. Doing something you don't like makes you challenges you to develop new tools, which may lead to another mindset, but I would refer to them as toolkits. So all these discussions that we're having, the love, hate, and stuff, for someone who has the mindset of what you just said, does not see difficulty. Like, I don't see difficulty. I see novelty. Something that I have not done. So, in terms of Souls games, I don't seek, like, for example, for me, I don't seek to play another Souls game for a while. I seek to play something that is novel to me and would be inherently difficult. Souls games themselves are not inherently difficult. They are difficult to the perspective of the person who is not used to the task. So yeah, I agree. I actually really like the way you phrased it. That mindset, though, is the mindset that is I would say, is the result of that better mindset. I'm not sure if it's better or worse, but generally speaking, difficulty tends to be an exposure to novelty. Difficulty isn't inherent to something that you're used to. I like the idea of sticking to something and mastering it, not novelty. Agreed. So, by your sentiments, you disagree with I felt like difficulty teaches you to control your frustration and build a better mindset. People who stick to something and bootstrap and specialize in something fails to comprehend and appreciate the novelty of controlling their frustrations. It tends to master and enhance their frustration. Sun would be a wonderful example, and he still loves it. He still loves to do it. So becoming a specialist yet would be at odds with how you feel about difficulty. So if you were placed in a situation that you have not mastered, it would lead to frustration and difficulty. And hence, because you're in a different environment, in an environment that you do not have control over or knowledge over. Mastering something that you are bootstrapping would allow you to do that. Good specialist knows what fields that are worth investing that they know of. That is inherently illogical to suggest that a specialist can know something they do not practice. If you're telling me that somehow you bootstrapping Souls games somehow makes you a better deck builder, and know that deck building is not worth expanding into, that would be very illogical. You cannot know about things you do not specialize in. Also, I'm also, just to be fair to you, I am not saying that your opinion is invalid. I'm just saying it's illogical. Illogical opinions can still be desirable and it can lead to proper motivation and satisfaction. It's just not. You don't need to specialize to see potential in something. Yes, I agree. There are other people who might have tried something different before. Those are very valid remarks. You can certainly see potential in something you don't specialize in. Absolutely. But can you see something that someone else specializes in the same way? So if you take a specialist who specializes in A and they see the potential in specializing in B, then you can't. You are sacrificing something. You can't have both. A specialist chooses to dedicate to a narrow field of experience. A generalist does not. Can a generalist ever achieve the potential of a specialist's desired trait? No. That's the trade-off. It's the logical exchange of trade-offs. With all that said, your opinion is what drives you to be the person you are today. So in no way am I saying you should change your opinion because it's not logical. It's illogical, but it is also the thing that is driving you to be a specialist, to see potential in other things. So being illogical is not inherently undesirable. It allows people to make decisions like Silver here to have a child. That is a logical decision to Silver. So knowing more, knowing the potentials, knowing the drawbacks also has drawbacks and potential themselves. So when you specialize in something, it narrows your dedication to your effort to those special things. That lower potential, even if the potential is really low, you reach that potential, which is still higher than a generalist who sees generalized potential in everything across a wider field. But a generalist is more likely to understand the value of more things than a specialist, but they would not necessarily achieve the baseline performance of a specialist in a narrow field. I am the product of that too. So I spent 14 plus years in science. And does science teach me how to analyze the potential in other things? Certainly. Absolutely. Did science teach me to pick up Osu? No. Sun did. His illogical value, his irrational, logical, and emotional value of Osu is what encouraged me to play Osu. My specialization in science and education did not lead me to a conclusion of a logical investment of my time. Because humanity benefits from illogical thinking as well. It doesn't change the fact that someone who is exposed to more things have a generalized potential understanding to things that are outside a specialist's perspective. So just being fair to everything, I suppose. I'm not sure if I'm trying to be fair, and it's up to you to decide if my opinions are fair, obviously, because I think what I said was fair, and I hope that that's sufficient. I think you are someone that resonates really well with someone like Sun. For sure. Probably not resonate too well with me. That would be probably a more pragmatic statement. Just offering a different perspective. I'm not I said a lot of things, so I'm not sure which one is wouldn't say so, but fair enough. There was a lot of points. I just assume it would be understood as a reply to a last one. Oh, about resonating with Sun more than me? I'll take your word for it. Since we're strangers, I took the leap of statistical assumption that the stuff you said so far reflects Sun's perspective on things. There wasn't anything that you have said so far that I would be inclined is reflective of my perspective. I am choosing to be agreeable because we are just getting to know each other, and it's very safe to take a more neutral and ambiguous stance on things before I decide to try to be a little bit more open about maybe something that could potentially offend someone or whatnot. I don't want to compare here. I don't really have a good grasp on our perspective yet. Yeah, for sure. That's kind of where I am right now as well. But what you said can be open to criticism, right? Or like what I mean is could be used as a starting point for perspective. And we clearly disagree on the opinions of a specialist versus a generalist. But I am inherently more of a generalist than Sun, and me and Sun are friends. So we mutually have agreements and things that we talk about very often, but we are quite dramatically different from each other when it comes to the intrinsic nature of being a specialist versus a generalist. It's very important to our core that we understand that about each other. Hence why I'm doing this and Sun is doing crazy things, although he's been on break from Osu for a while now. So I don't know if you watch Sun because he's playing Resident Evil at the time, but Sun loves Osu. I like Osu because he loves Osu. And I am not doing this because it's fun. I'm doing this to learn appreciation for practicing Osu. As I just tried this silly training map, even though I FC'd, I felt like I lost brain cells. That's fair. From a biological standpoint, and from someone who knows about psychology and a bit of neuroscience, your brain cells are perfectly fine. You chose not to learn something from it, is what I'm saying. So I'm glad you can FC it. I'm not sure. I feel sorry for your brain cells, I guess. You're choosing not to find the potential or value of what I'm doing. I understand it was a figure of speech. I understand. I do too. With all due respect, I understand it's a figure of speech. But what I'm saying is you are choosing to not find value in it because you are a specialist mind. If you FC'd it, what value can you get from that? I don't know. Maybe the idea that I am struggling to do this and you FC'd it. So perhaps you'll learn something about my perspective that you just easily FC'd it. I just found out way to train better that works for me. Yeah. Cool. Sounds like a very inward looking affirmation that you received. Which is great. Keep doing what you are currently doing. Sorry you lost some brain cells. It would be implying that you're dwarfing the significance of this to me, but that's just me. I mean, you have to think about it that way, right? If you stop thinking about yourself and stop projecting yourself, you kind of see what you just said, right? You FC'd it and you lost some brain cells. I've been doing this for 24 days straight. So man, I must not have a lot of brain cells left. I guess I won't be using those brain cells. Indeed, we are different. But the thing is, you said something that was earnest and genuine. It's a lens into your personality. As you can see, we don't resonate there either. And then you just confirm that we are different. Or we are all different, yes. In this regard, possibly, we are all different. For sure. It's safe to say we probably are. I'm not a very typical person when it comes to Osu, I suppose. I am more different? Possibly. Possibly. But what I can tell you, I guess, as my journey into 24 days straight, is that after 3 years of playing Osu, 24 days ago, I was unable to get to the end of 3 of this map. Of this map. So fast forward 24 days. I guess I'm bootstrapping this thing. And yes, there are a lot of trade-offs in which people have asked me, and I'm aware of those trade-offs. But it gives me a sense of wonderful satisfaction, I suppose, in doing an approach that makes the majority of Osu players lose brain cells. And as you're a specialist. Fair enough. How much did it help me on normal maps? I wouldn't know. It's been 24 days since I played a normal map. I will tell you at the end of 30 days in which I have planned and structured this routine for myself as an experiment. So we will know in 6 days. You could stay tuned and find out. Yeah. My satisfaction is not tied to playing normal maps either. So this, in fact, is very cathartic because it helps me relax my thoughts. There are so many things that I could explain to you of why I'm doing this that has very little to do with playing Osu. But I'll let that bleed into the voluntary asking. Like if someone is curious, I'll reveal it at some point. Like some of the other motivations. I enjoy running. Do you enjoy running? Worm Love? I know it's a V, but for whatever reason, I just like gear towards the word that is close to. Unless that's a word too. I'm thinking of worms like lizard things. Fantasy worm. Or does that mean very romantic love? Oh my gosh, I just dug too far into that. It kind of reminds me of like shortening very romantic love. VYRM. I'm sorry. I if that's not what you're going for, I'm just digging deep. Maybe unnecessarily. If you like running, it's the same thing for me. So if you're a person who runs every day, this is like running. Sun doesn't run. Sun and I tried running one time. A couple of times. And Sun was like, nope. Feels bad, man. Oh, and wait. Are you asking me, you just pushing to failure now? No, I'm not gonna be able to get to failure, Silver. I'm, trying to lock in the mind-body connection. I had, unfortunately, to get to failure, we'll just have to do some, like, long streams or something. That's... Oh, wait. Technically, I am pushing to failure because, the map stops. If what you mean by failure is a breakdown in form, I am stopping when my form breaks down. Unfortunately, it's a failure of finger dexterity, but I can't push my... I'm trying to also get to stamina failure, which doesn't happen before my finger dexterity falls apart. It would be great if at some point my finger dexterity doesn't fail before my stamina dexterity. They are interconnected, but a lot of times it's difficult to feel like my stamina is failing my finger dexterity. It's the other way around. My finger and my timing falls off due to a lack of focus or twitching, finger locking. So right now I'm basically just bootstrapping to get my finger dexterity, and once the form breaks apart, I just stop playing. Oh, you did mean stamina failure? But yeah, so the reason why I keep doing this is because my stamina is not failing me at the moment. It's my finger skipping a beat, and I'm trying to basically try to condition that out somehow, and that's been the major goal the last third of the way. I lack finger dexterity, and it really sucks in the beginning. Like, really, really sucks when I warm up. I have like 0 finger dexterity to the point I feel like my fingers just don't operate. And then we get to this point, like an hour and a half later, where it's like, ah, yeah, we finally got the finger dexterity, but then it isn't long enough. No, it's was meant to refer to... Oh, like it was worm? Okay, starts with V because my shorter username is... Oh, neat. Also, someone said it sounded like warm love. Oh, that's... I see that. Warm love, it does. So I've been saying worm love because the first thing I thought about was worm, as in the fantasy worm. And I see. So yeah, you nailed it then. That's the first thing I thought of. Like the lizard things. Worms traditionally are the ones without, like in Western fantasy, they're the ones with wings and like 2 legs, but they don't typically have 4 legs. They're not quadrupeds typically when they're depicted, but depending on which fantasy you're deriving from, they could look closer to dragons than their own subspecies, I suppose. I know, we're talking about fictitious not that fictitious, fictitious like fiction, fictional things, but it is a place that I'm very interested in Western fantasy. Yeah, we got enough of that. It's fine. We'll do this and then we're gonna cool down now. We'll just generalizedly cool down. My D&D roots tell me it's a wingless dragon like lizards. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. When the D&D one, wingless dragons. Silver, I'm gonna add to that. My Chinese self think of a serpent, not a worm. And also, dragons don't have wings. What now, Silver? What do you have to say to that, What do you think of flying serpents without wings? But they still fly. Yeah, it is fair. They don't actually fly, they swim. You know, in the Asian folklores, they swim because the air is a fluid. Yeah, so if you're ever wondering like why does like Shaoran from Dragon Ball Z and all that, like they do like this little wavy thing, is because they're depicted as swimming through the air, like a slithering and swimming through the air, since the air is actually gas, but it behaves like it has properties of liquid, right? So it's just a spacing. So now the dragons just have this really wonderful way of slithering through, which, by the way, will become a very appropriate thing in the future, because there's a swarm of mainstream Chinese related games coming out, and you will probably see a noodle dragon swimming through the soup that's the air. That's fair. I know which one you're talking about. Also, let's go even deeper than that. Man, how do I go deeper? Yeah. What'd you call it? Black Myth is coming out soon. Actually, it's coming out in the first quarter of next year, I think. Or maybe it's mid. It's either Q1 or Q2 next year. Black Myth, you'll probably see a noodle dragon. I mean, there is a noodle dragon. We know there's a noodle dragon that's gonna be swimming. It's a white one. Yeah. A unicorn classified as an elder dragon. What else could we Here's the thing about D&D. Here's the thing about D&D. Are D&D dragons also humans? Like, what I mean is their form is malleable, because a lot of other fantasies, the dragon isn't just a lizard with wings and hands. They're shapeshifters. Yeah, dragons can just shapeshift. So who knows what their original form is? Yeah. So in other games, dragons' inherent form is whatever form they decide to inherit. So we can go even deeper and just call them like dittos, you know? What's the form of a ditto? You might think it's the pink blob, but man, are dragons like dittos with pink blob as the natural form? I am a Witcher fan too, and dragons and worms are different enough that it makes D&D people a little upset too. Gelatinous cubes, yes, those gelatinous cubes. I wonder what H.P. Lovecraft would say about dragons. I wonder if he did say something about dragons. Would you say the original is the form they were born in, as in a... Huh. That's fair. The thing is, it's interesting to say that because changelings and shapeshifters in different fantasies are born with different shapes. So are dragons always born in the iconic dragon shape? I'm not sure about that. I think D&D, you guys have an answer for D&D, right? I actually don't know a lot about D&D, so I don't know what the iconic thing about dragons being born. Are they born like that? I'm thinking about Witcher now, obviously, but how much he prefers horrors he can't describe. Oh yeah, he prefers horrors he can't describe. Yeah, that's fair. I would you know what would be great? What show am I thinking of? Oh, I'm thinking of Orville. So, I'm thinking of Orville. So, Orville, the sci-fi show, right? The sci-fi show that Seth MacFarlane made and now it's on Hulu. I just finished Orville. The simulation room takes all the literary and hard knowledge of something and synthesizes it into a simulation. It would be cool to be able to do that and see and ask that simulation a facsimile of what H.P. Lovecraft thinks about Western dragons. I just want to know, you know? Like, what would the dragon look like? or are there dragons in the H.P. Lovecraft universe? Actually, I'm not even sure if I've seen a dragon. Yeah, I don't think he had ever mentioned a dragon in his writing. But that would interest Sun, because Sun likes H.P. Lovecraftian things. That could be his gateway to dragons, I'm just saying. I don't think Sun cares too much for dragons. I don't know. Well, let's ask him. Sun, do you like dragons? Yay or nay? What are your thoughts on D&D dragons? You like dragons? Alright, then we don't need a gateway. They're aight? Alright, that's fair. From D&D, they hatch as dragons, like shape-shifting elements come with time. Oh, okay. Fair enough. You use dragons to help describe parts of... Oh. Is it Cthulhu's wings? It's Cthulhu's wings, isn't it? The little... That's why people got a depiction of dragon wings of Cthulhu a lot. What else Cthulhu looks like a dragon? Unless you pronounce it Cthulhu, I don't know. I go back and forth between Cthulhu and Cthulhu, but you know. It's H.P. Lovecraft, it's all a mess. I mean, like, I'm role-playing. Huh. Alright. Let me get some bootstrapping. We're not gonna talk about that. This is what I mean by finger dexterity. Alright, yeah. We've already... let's just cool down. We need to cool down. Let's just cool down and then redesign ourselves. Oops. We're not at 155. My general goal? Yes. Pragmatically speaking, I guess. That was a finger lock. That's another one for talking. Okay, yeah. Comfortable. If by comfortable, meaning, accuracy, probably not. But if comfortable meaning I do not have any feeling of dexterity hindrance, then probably. And after 6 more days, just gonna take a break on conventional maps and get to this, or you have something else in mind? I will probably play conventional maps after this. I have to rehabilitate and quickly retrain and recondition my aim hand because these are void of aim. Yeah, I am. The general goal is to be in physical comfort in every way. So like in general, yes. In general physical comfort. Like I can give you an example. I have a very poor physical discomfort when it comes to just starting for the day in general. So like when I start every day, it looks like this most of the time. And there's a very, very noticeable lack of mind-body connection on where I am after training, post-training, and where I start for the day. And it can be very isolated. So we've gotten to a point now after 24 days, I understand what I'm thinking and I understand what motor function I think I'm doing and where in my arm and hand that would provide me with the feedback that I require. So there was a time when I could not do any of this. I still can't really do most of this comfortably without this locking. A lot of people refer to it like finger locking, maybe even sun stumbles or the tension. But they're in various nebulous places, right? And for me, most of the time when I approach skill acquisition, especially a mechanical one, I reduce it to the point that I can understand it. Not reduce it for the sake of reducing it. I reduce it to a point where I could fundamentally process it with whatever intuitions I have. So in the 3 years of conventionally playing, just simply playing without deconstructing, it's too complex for me to intuitively figure out. So this is the first time in 3 years of on and off Osu play that I'm attempting to reduce it to a complexity that I can compartmentalize. So that's the goal. It's like people like to run. When they go out, they run and focus on time, or they run and focus on distance. Right now, I'm focused on pacing, and now I'm focused on stride distance. I'm doing the same thing here. So I've fundamentally have felt that I reached my goal of being a generalist Osu player, around 80 to 20%. 80th percentile is typically where I cut off. And Sun's passion for this game have led me to reinvent a way that I can still continue to extract value from playing Osu without necessarily having to invest in time that gives me diminished returns. Now for a specialist like Sun, that exponential increase in putting in the time, right? That little reward, that gap means all the world. It's like the biggest thing. But for me, myself, I'm not a person with that perspective. So I tend to maximize the value of what I'm doing that doesn't inherently have anything to really do with Osu. So when someone comes in the last 24 days, they typically ask like what I'm doing or what am I doing it for and whatnot. And I would say ultimately, if it makes my proficiency in playing Osu all that better, that's icing. But my main priority focus is more of a quality of life thing. I enjoy this to focus my mind for the day. And it's part of my routine. And it gives opportunity to have conversations. I like the idea of playing video games and stuff, but most of the stuff I do on stream is B-roll for lack of a better excuse. It's just fundamentally used as a conversation starter, as opposed to really having a goal in mind. My goal is not to get better at Osu. My goal is to learn more about myself, using Osu as a tool. I really look forward to seeing if that works for you, since that's basically backwards for you. That's fair. Yeah, you're a top-down approach. Oh, I had this digression the other time. I had a digression for this before, explaining that specialists who intuit a lot and selectively have a narrow sight of focus, they top-down approach is far more efficient for people like that in general. Statistically, top-down approach is the way to go, and that perspective that you just said typically is where it goes. I like education. I deal with fundamental education of people with semantic knowledge that has no intuition, typically. So like semantic knowledge, like science, mathematics, sociology, you know, neuropsychology, stuff like that. They don't necessarily have a foundation. So top-down approaches you take the highest complexity and continue to bootstrap the highest complexity because it is the task that you're trying to get better at. So to get better at a task that you're doing, you must do that task to get better. That's top down. Down up, the bottom, well, not top down, bottom up approach is when you take the foundations and you use the foundations to build to the top. So you compartmentalize the foundations and then use them as building blocks to get to the top. Yeah. So yeah, that's spot on. So it works to your, you have found that effective and you continue to use that. And I would likely encourage you to continue using that. I switch back and forth just out of experimentation. Because the first 3.5 years, I've done it the first 3.5 years. So I'm swapping it up just as a novelty seat, just experimentally. Basically, I figuratively handcuffed Mac to play this game for as long as you continue playing it, of course. So, imagine this. Mathematics, right? Can you take a top-down approach to mathematics? The question, you know, it would be interesting to know for a person who's... These are typically coupled in behavior. Specialists and top-down approach. Do you like mathematics? I know you can see the potential in mathematics, I hope, because we already went through that discussion. Specialists can still appreciate some of the potential of mathematics, but mathematics is an empirical, semantic construct. So typically, the bottom-up approach is the way to build on things that are not intuitive. So in school, a lot of times, those who are very specialized approach, who intuit things, school is not very receptive. Education tends to be not very receptive because the traditional formal schooling is built on a bottom-up approach. You start with building blocks and you build up to a peak that you can't see yet. So here's another thing, right? Here's another thing. Yeah, that's very fair. I took a shot in the dark. So here's another distinction that tends to group together. I'm not saying you can't be a specialist with a wide breadth, or I'm saying typically it inherits together. So one thing that specialists require is a witness, a goal that's visibly shown. In school, when you're learning specific things, it's difficult to appreciate how they're applied into the future. To someone who behaves top-down when learning stuff, they have to see the goal and the result in some capacity to appreciate the goal, to see the potential before delving into it. For me, as a generalist, I build anything, and I acquire these building blocks, these tools, not because I know I have a goal to reach, but they're just tools that maybe somewhere down the line, I'll just mix and match these building blocks and I'll be able to tackle the problem. It's also fundamentally one of the personality traits that makes someone a better critical thinker than someone who isn't. Now, you don't have to do a job or like be good at things and have to be a critical thinker. Critical thinking just requires a perspective shift that is more in line with specific personalities, like mine. So critical thinking doesn't rely on assumptions and intuitions. They rely on empirical deconstruction, or like compare A through Z to compare A through Z, not what Z represents everything from the things before it. So if A happened first, someone who's bottom up would have to examine A, B, C, D, all the way to Z. But if you know that A starts first, and then Z is the end product, a specialist or a top-down approach would focus on Z and compare Z to the practice of Z, because Z includes everything before it. So I'm interested by doing this, the process that gets to the top, to the complex thing that you're talking about. This is why I like to chill in this stream. I haven't even done enough sovereign to know what sort of personality I have. Makes me want to do more. Yeah, so if you explore, you can be amazing. Whatever works for you, the more you discover, I can't tell you what works for you, and I can't tell, you know, like, but isn't it amazing that you can maximize your own life when you choose? You can choose to maximize your own life, and that's great. There is another thing that I was going to digress into some other time. It's also, the more you take, in my opinion, one of the gains for trade-off. Here's a massive con that most people would say con for bottom-up approach. It takes too freaking long to do things. Absolutely agree. What do generalists do to master something? It takes too freaking long. These are inherently connected. These personalities, when you're a specialist, you repel, you know, you push away from what I'm describing because it's not efficient. And that's not, but the trade-off is that you are going to have more tools and building blocks. And when you're thinking about it, you're balancing these two, really. No one is inherently just a specialist, just a generalist, right? We're just using it compartmentalized to draw some comparisons. But really, you're balanced between this. And mine would be, I'm like a 30% specialist and a 70% generalist. There is a very few, very finite specific things that I choose to be specialized in. Everything else, I take a bottom-top approach. Communication, I do not take as a bottom-up approach. It will take far too long to deconstruct all the different permutations of human interaction to be an effective communicator. So when I talk to people and advise them about communication, I use examples, I use anecdotes to, and not say like, hey, well, to be a good communicator, first, you have to learn the language. That's a bottom-up approach. Okay, before the language, you have to know how to construct sentences. So, you know, so there are things that I definitely do not take bottom-up approach, but this one is not one of those examples. What do you think about personality typing systems like MBTI or Enneagram? I am not familiar with those abbreviations. Can you... Oh, no. I am. I just didn't think about it. You're talking about like the personality tests, right? The things that are archetypical, like where they associate and correlate tendencies with specific personalities, right? Those things. I say if you're archetypical, it can be very effective. Well, no, I know those are constructs. So like those are personality constructs. When I read typing, I thought you meant literal typing, like. But you're talking about profiling, the personality, like the systems that profile personalities, which like give you a statistical corollary between specific personalities, right? The typing of people, the profiling of people. Those can be very effective. They are very effective starting points for a person. So if you are like way confused and you feel like you need to reform your life, right? Like just completely reform your life. Something is just not working and you're looking for a speck of inspiration. you can use those typing, like the profile systems, to find a starting place. But empirically, those are still just corollary data. It's a profile that is constructed based on the likelihood of association of behavior. So they are a great place in which you start similarity testing. So for example, you know that, I don't know, if your personality is associated with this, you test that. Then you test the nearest neighbor. Then the nearest neighbor to that. The nearest neighbor to that. Eventually, you'll iterate to your fine-tuning. That still involves a lot of time. So instead of desert wandering, when you're really desperate for direction, I think there's an application for those profile typing stuff. So it could be very interesting. You don't have to necessarily believe them, right? Because they're statistical corollaries, and you can use them as a guiding point for discussion. And then you know the limitations of those typing thing, the personality typing, so you can generally be ready to discuss about the deviations from those things, the exceptions, or how your outlier with the frame of reference. Those types of systems provide a frame of reference. Without a frame of reference, it can be very difficult to draw empirical understanding if you do not have a frame of reference. Because what's your control? What's your basically what's your control? Like, how do you control for what you're evaluating? Hey, I know, you know, I get better at this. It's like, well, how do I know this is best for me? What am I comparing it to? I'm comparing it with my yester self. Well, the problem with your yester self is time and wisdom. So a lot of times systems put into place can be a great point of reference. So I think they're great starting places, or just a place to, maybe if you're looking for validation, perhaps I would look more for dissonance than validation. It's in my opinion, for the human brain, I'm not for the human brain, that's not a great way for critical thinking, taking a road of greatest resistance, perceived greatest resistance, produces a challenge that allows one to attempt to become more efficient at it. So what I'm saying is, if you think you have a specific personality, I would challenge you or encourage you, and it only takes a little, use some of those systems and tell me what you think you're not compared to those systems, not what you think you are. It's generally speaking, a lot of times those personalities have those systems have a danger of telling people what they are, but they don't challenge themselves to rigorously see if that system is accurate. And that's just like when you told me you lost brain cells for practicing. Yeah, I totally agree with you. You would think that too. Like, it's very reasonable. But have you truly challenged yourself to see the value in what I'm doing? By doing it once. The challenge is to find value in where you don't think there's value. Not that it'll be fruitful. Not that it'll be fruitful. I'm not saying I'm guaranteeing that you'll learn something. It would be challenging to find something that is worth something, right? Inherently, you're going against your better judgment. If there isn't any stronger challenge than that, I think, if you think so, like everything in your core, your body, and your value is telling you this is valueless, intrinsically, intuitively. What more challenge would you want than trying to find a value in that? I wouldn't go and use this as your life mantra and use up all your time to do so, but it would be a fun exercise. I watched White Chicks when I was young, knowing that there's no possible way I'll be able to resonate with the movie. But you know what? I know something about the current dogmatic status quo of white comedy with the perspective of black comedians during that time watching that video. Not that I cared for it, like emotionally or anything, but I challenged myself to find meaning in why people watch this movie called White Chicks. It's the Wayne Brothers movie back in, like, I'm gonna say the 90s, when I was a kid who probably suffered from a cultural identity crisis. But you know, I heard anything about them is that they put a lot of emphasis on weaknesses different people might have, and that might help you understand. That's fair. That's fair. That's something you can extract from something that you haven't considered. These discussions are the point of that too. I strive to have these discussions as much as I can. I've tried what you're doing right now. It just didn't go well. Maybe I did something wrong, but I found a way that works better. Here's Worm, you gotta hear me out. Hear me out, Worm. Your life is on a continuum, right? You are a linear time creature. You had to do something to lead to something else. Who is to say that when you tried this, it made you feel like you did something wrong only to lead you to a better method? So, did you do the wrong thing, or you did just the right thing to lead to a better method? Since you're a linear creature, you're a creature that has a start and an end. What you choose to do ultimately contributes to what you are now. So, in retrospect, you could see it as a thing that needed to be tested in order to refine to a better method. So I am not doing this in hopes that I would improve in Osu. I'm doing it because I haven't done it yet. If it did improve my Osu, then nice. But my major goal is not for improvement. It's for experimentation. And what it will lead, I have no idea. Like, I'm not concerned with... I did put some goals in mind, like realistic goals based on the past me. So where am I now, where I will be later, hopefully, realistically, etc. But that's just icing. That's not the ultimate goal. The goal is for understanding the process of what I'm doing. And inherently, whatever is wrong or good, or better or worse, I can't evaluate that because it's not my concern. So what drives me to do this every single day for 24 days straight is not the prospect of what's going to happen, because I can't guarantee that it's going to happen. Every day I'm extracting data. I'm creating new data points that I can in the future reflect upon. So I'm maximizing all my days. When the conversation we're having right this moment is an extension of me doing this thing. I've had 10 to 12 very long discussions as a result of the 24 days I've been doing this. And it helps me practice my rehearsal, my approach, how do I explain this, all that. Those are experiences. They're all toolkits. How do I explain this structure? You challenging me and telling me that this is making you dumber is the greatest challenge I can have to trying to understand and appreciate this thing. The greatest challenge is to convince someone that has an inherent idea that this is meaningless. That is the greatest challenge to me. And I welcome it every day because it strengthens what I know, or it helps me refine what I don't know. So the idea that you disagree fundamentally, like what is the better method, is helpful. Because it strengthens either strengthens or weakens it, but that challenge produces the opportunity to make it better, if not. Like, if I quit now because of what you said, I clearly don't understand any value in this, right? So it's telling me that I have finally decided that this is valueless to me. But it isn't. So your challenge only makes this stronger. I can defend this even better now. All your perspectives and stuff will help me refine how strongly I can deconstruct and explain my motivations behind this. The real hot take is, though, whatever I'm doing now on stream, if I'm taking an end justifies the mean, it's to improve my communication skills. That's all it is. It's, in the end, the ultimate goal in my life is to profile people, understand people's behavior and motivation in as many contexts I can have, and it augments my communication skills. It's not because I want to be a streamer for the rest of my life. Not because... Yeah, like, I can't even think of another goal that people will want. Not because I want to be Emmerich. I'm not making any point. I just explained what I said. Honestly, I don't believe in an ultimate betterment thing. No. I'm not saying you are. And I totally agree with you. I don't think... I'm on the same page. I don't think you're making any point. I'm using the points you're making to better bootstrap myself. So I am strongly considering and actively listening to all your points. I make it a point to care. Like, I make it a point to assess everything you say. That strengthens my perspective. It's my point to care about. It's my point that I'm making to myself to care about everything you say extremely strongly. And most of the time, I would say 70% of the time, the person that I'm speaking to would probably leave because it's exhausting. That's fine. Thankfully, I'm not trying to become a popular streamer. But what I can tell you is I am extracting value from everyone I talk to. Are you? You don't have to. It might not make you a better person or a worse person. In fact, if you extract information from every person, you probably end up childless like me. But the idea is, I don't waste my time. Like, I just don't. If you ask yourself, if you feel like you're wasting your time, it's a great question. It's a great question. I don't feel like I'm ever wasting my time. It's one of the fundamental checks. If you ask, like, the 3 or 4 traveling psychiatrists, those people, go on YouTube, like, look at them. Some of the most fundamental things is, you gotta ask yourself, do you feel like you're wasting your time? Do you feel like when you go to sleep, are you wasting your time? When I go to sleep, I don't think I'm wasting my time. It's not necessarily a mindset that you have to have. I'm just curious how frequently you feel that way. For myself, I don't. When I go work, I feel like I'm wasting my time. Yeah, see, Sun has to do something about it. Eventually, if it becomes a problem. I go to work because I want to go to work, but I'm unemployed. But you might be saying, oh, Maku's unemployed because he doesn't like work. It's like, I absolutely love work. In actuality, the reason why I left work was because I had problems with overexhaustion. I worked too much, and it was a detriment to my health. So I stopped working, and then COVID happened. And then now I can be honest with myself. I'm complacent. I stopped working for a really long time, and I need to find a way to continue working. I have a really weird circumstance at the moment which I don't want to get into. Oh, no, yeah. So, yes, absolutely. Privacy, all that. So don't feel obligated. But it was, yeah, I say I was very content with what I did most of the time. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your circumstance. It sounds like it's an undesirable thing. But it sounds like you're a really healthy person, you know? Someone that knows what they want, manages with their ups and downs. So for me, the stuff that I'm saying, it would not necessarily be advice for a healthy person. It wouldn't be an advice for someone who's motivated and understand how to tackle problems and questions. But I do spend most of my time, even during my employment years, tackling individual motivation and like value and behavioral things that try to help them discover what's most efficient for them. And it's great. The reason why I was overexhausted was there was too many of them. I kept saying yes. I'm not a no person. I said yes too much, and then I was way over my head. So I had an unhealthy relationship with my work. And it was pretty clear. My mentor knew I had an unhealthy relationship with work. I still do. What is work to me? Well, I use a work word because because I have to understand that most people compartmentalize work from self. My work is a part of me. What I did at work is a representation of myself. So when someone says, oh yeah, don't take your work home, it's like, why wouldn't I take a part of me home? Well, there's a great pragmatic reason why. You end up like me, who's overexhausted and overworked. And it's not the fault of my mentors or anything like that. It's just there's so much value in everything I do, at least in my perspective. There's always an opportunity for me to grow doing something. So how do I balance this? I tell myself, get to freaking sleep sometimes, okay? And say, well, I can't sleep very well. What do I do? Well, spend the next 2 years developing a sleep routine and just bootstrap until you get a sleep routine that gets yourself in bed for 8 hours. And that's what I did. That's what I had to settle with. I mean, not seem like it, but actually I have a lot of problems with applying my way of thinking to actually because emotions are difficult to manage. That's understandable. And, you know, here's a little digression. I had this thing written up. It's still in a work in progress. But without prying too personally into your life, how much do you understand yourself that you apply to the selection of people around you? I want to say this because a lot of times when people inwardly internalize a lot of things that they seem to not be able to have solutions for, in a very strong alternative source of inspiration and well-being can be actualizing those problems and seeing, hey, what kind of people can surround myself to synergize with? You don't like doing that? Sounds like a challenge. Because it's not, if you're thinking I'm saying you should use people, like exploit them for their generosity, I'm talking about people who actively reflect. You probably didn't. I'm not sure what is negative about, you're insisting that it's negative, but maybe you're talking about a socialization thing? Is socialization out of the question? Is that why? There are many things that could be misunderstood, so this is understandable. So I'm not, we had to clarify. So sometimes it's because social anxiety and whatnot, so that's very understandable. Social anxiety is a big predicament, and that deals with self-exploration, but it's just an idea. Or an inquiry, rather. So the people you, like, I'm alone, for example, I'm solitary, I'm a solitary person, but that doesn't come without support from other solitary people. My solitary lifestyle is a culmination of me surrounding myself with individuals who also are very efficient at being solitary people. So we exchange ideas, just simply being aware of each other. Wouldn't say I'm too socially anxious, but usually I don't click with people and feel like they affect me negatively. That's fair. Alright. I can't help you, you know, like, that would make it very difficult. Yes, it would make it very difficult if you feel that way. I can't argue against that, for sure. My suggestion was to use the evaluation of yourself if you truly and utterly know what your problem is, how to characterize yourself and accurately evaluate yourself. It is within your control to selectively be able to discover people and surround yourself with synergistic personalities. The idea that you don't feel that you click with people and feel that they affect you negatively, it can, not exclusively, but one of the driving forces of that happening is either a failure to evaluate self properly or seeing other people properly. So, like, for example, one can enter an abusive friendship with another person through the inappropriate evaluation of the person you're in a relationship with, or in an inappropriate evaluation of your own desires and personality. It's a two people problem, so it can't inherently be one or the other. So when someone feels like they don't interact with people because it's the people, not yourself, then it's usually a combination of both. More reasonably. But I hope everything's fine now. Like, it obviously, this isn't professional advice. You really, if you're feeling like you're in a really dark place, psychologist or therapist is highly recommended, obviously. And it's definitely worth investing in you, even if you feel like it's not going to help or anything. I suppose it's about being open, I suppose, open to different takes. Not changing anything typically means more with the same thing. Okay, I should have went and paused this and just went into like a different channel, because now cool down. I was gonna play a game after this called Bear and Breakfast. and it's a casual game and just to unwind. But yeah, thanks for sharing. I appreciate it. I hope things will be better for you in the future. I'll get this. Hold up 1 second. Oh, and also, there's one misnomer that I like to dispel. I'm not, sometimes the stuff I say can be misconstrued as self-improvement or self-care, but really, it is a little of that. But the majority of the things I'm getting at is not more for self-correcting or self-improving, but finding appropriate opportunities for what you already know. It's great if you want to change certain things for your collective better. For me, if you seek opportunities that maximizes what you already know about yourself, that stuff can tend to lead to self-growth and reformation and discovery of new things. When someone is in a very dark place, attempting to correct what it got them to the dark place is very refractory. It's a huge hill to meet. Instead, you optimize for opportunistic chances based on what you know about this person or what you know about yourself. Maximize your opportunities, and yeah, you can self-improve down the line when you feel better, you know, when you have the capacity to be enthusiastic and want to change yourself. Trying to change yourself because you got there is like, whew, that's a different story. It's a very low success strategy. So often when I'm proposing alternatives, it's only to guess at what someone is open to. If you are not open to it, you simply ignore it. I would highly encourage you to ignore something that you're not open to, because it's a high barrier. It's a really gigantic barrier. But by sheer coincidence, if I say something that resonates with you, I like to hope that you think, oh yeah, that's easy, I'll try it, you know, kind of thing. So that's the idea. To recover or to bring someone to a more desirable mindset is to place yourself in the highest opportunistic position to receive stimuli, and stimuli that you want, desirable stimuli. So the whole friends thing or looking for people, it's more of a opportunistic exchange. So if you are beyond your means and you just feel that you don't want to come up with a solution, the solution can be in someone else who may resonate with you. So if you know exactly what your problem is, you can possibly find someone who has the answer. Not necessarily you have to improve yourself or change something about yourself to find that person. It's to find that person to help change yourself, or maybe not even change yourself. You find out everything's perfectly fine. We don't know what the future is, but one of the most consistent ways to turn your life around in general is to surround yourself with the most opportunity to do so. And it you know, I mean, you could go around and tell people like, this is what you need to do to be happy, this is what you need to... No, just set yourself up for opportunities. Who knows? Anything can go. That's adding more things to think about, adding more things you have to control will greatly increase the barrier. of trying to change the trajectory of your life. At least that's what I prescribe to. That is the most consistent approach in my opinion. So surrounding yourself with appropriate people, it's a fairly great way. Like if you like being complimented, try finding someone who's very complimentary, like to compliment people, for example, like things like that. And it doesn't have to be top down where you have to worry about the great complexities of things. The only reason I mentioned compliment is because you said people affect you negatively. But I have one really good friend, but he really enjoys solitude. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. So I specifically mentioned my predicaments about solitary people because that does happen. Worm, like you described that. So I discovered that I'm okay with solitary life, right? For better or for worse, whatever is desired. And my friends, my circle of friends, they're super rare. Over 35 years, I've met thousands of people, like one-on-one, at least like hundreds of people a year, but I have like 4 friends. Because when you meet someone who enjoys solitude, they are unlikely to make themselves known. So by coincidence, through all that sampling, it was because of education that I randomly coincide. But how often do I talk to these people? Not very often. Like once a year. But they are the closest thing I have to my best friends. Because we all enjoy solitude. We're very solitary people. So, you know, expectations, right? Kind of thing. But when I have a problem, I would likely think that they would have encountered the same problem. So we can bank off ideas off each other. And, you know, some of my solitary friends ended up marrying non-solitary people. That can help expose them to other different advice. So I tend to now consult my once solitary friends on how they have a successful marriage. And it just goes on like that. But yeah, I can empathize for sure. I can absolutely empathize that yeah, solitary life, you know? But I'm glad to hear you're on the mends. And whenever, you know, even to prove a point or anything like that, wishing hardship or so, just seeing people in hardship, I don't resonate with that. You can call me an optimist when it comes to wanting good things for people, but I am not one that will give you I'm not one that says very optimistic things to people. Here's a hot take, right? I've been getting, when I was in my 20s, most people I interacted with called me a pessimist for what I'm saying. And then in the last 5 years, people had called me an optimist. Now, what does that say about me? Well, I can tell you my approach has not really remarkably changed, but that does say something about the people around me and the society I'm in and the environment that I place myself in. It's saying that the people that I'm exposed to these last 5 years are far more less positive outlooking than the people I used to hang out with, who I would have to say I owe my life to, because those positive people relative to me imparted things to me that allow me to normalize. So perhaps I am an optimist in a sense because of that period of people. So I'm no longer at a university. I live alone. But when I worked, I was always surrounded by university people. What are university people like? Ambitious, extremely critical of self, forward looking, wanting to do big things. And in the last couple of years, it's definitely a different environment. And I'm up to the task, I guess, I suppose. Or at least I'm learning. That's the weird one. You're saying you talk to them pretty rarely, but me and my friends reach out to each other almost on a daily basis, but don't really talk to any one-on-one outside of that. Isn't that crazy? It's so different. Yeah, so I do have to make an exception. One of my friends now, we try to talk at each other, but not really with each other on like Wednesdays and Sundays. But the thing is, this particular best friend of mine, he also has two identical brothers who I talk to maybe once or twice a year. Which before we started doing this arrangement, we talked like once every 3 years, like once every year or so, maybe on the holidays, possibly. And it takes that one session, just that one session that we talk to, and we'd be all caught up. It's a distribution of mindset. It's a distribution of emotional value and sentimentalism. So when you find individuals that resonate with you, time can be so much longer, even though it doesn't wait and it doesn't actually lengthen or shorten. But that one session is sufficient, at least for us, because we found this where if it wasn't sufficient, we would not be friends anymore. What you just said, it would be. I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. And I don't blame you for being very like different about it. It's a concept that separates our life experiences. You and I had quite remarkably different life experiences, I would be safe to assume. So it's no different to expect that it would sound really strange, or most of the things I say really strange. I could, and he could, have any time said, hey, yo, let's hang out, and we would be out the door. But no, that just, actually, we say that a lot and just don't do anything as well. That happens a lot. Like, hey, we should watch this. 3 years later, we still haven't watched it. Sessions with talking on each other. I've never heard that. Oh, okay. So, that thing. We talk at each other, but we don't talk with each other. So here's the idea. So on Wednesdays, which was yesterday, he's still like hanging out with parents and whatnot. He and I talk about things that we have done. So we exchange those ideas. But generally, we don't have to say anything directly with whatever he's saying, with whatever I'm saying, because we both of like mind. We don't have to confirm nor deny what our suspicions are, because we have the same thoughts, usually. Like, I don't ask him. A lot of times, the closest thing I can get to asking him is like, what are your thoughts? But that's out of courtesy. I already know what his thoughts are. Generally speaking, I'm probably really close to it. But to illustrate a point of our commonality, typically our conversations for stream, we do this on stream. So I would ask him something. What are your thoughts on this? And what naturally tends to happen 95% of the time is he would fill in his thought process. And I would I wouldn't have to say anything anymore because it illustrates my point. He is repeating what I said at a different time. So we don't talk with each other a lot of times. We talk at each other. Basically, I propose something to him, but I don't really need to hear it. In fact, we find ourselves interjecting each other all the time, saying, you probably already figured this out, but let's just say it for the sake of saying it, for the sake of being clear. But we don't necessarily have to be clear. That's the resonance that I have with my friends. It's just unspoken. So when I get on once a year, sounds like a fictional story. Fair enough. I can't. I. It's fair. Sounds like a pipe dream. Yeah. Sounds like you know each other better than I know my friends talk to daily for decades. I think you know different things, Silver. I think you know different things. I absolutely 100% guarantee you know more semantic knowledge about your friends. It's what we value, right? What precedes the other. The reason why I don't need to hear what Eric says is because the approach he's going to answer I'm aware of, and it will lead to the thought. But you probably know what your friends did yesterday. I don't know what Eric did yesterday. But that's not what I value about Eric. I don't value my friends on the daily activities of their lives. Yeah. Yeah. So it's not fictional as you may think, because the things you two value about your friends would be something me and my friend would be terrible at. I don't know what Eric did yesterday. But I don't value that. When we get together, it's about him about him and I in this moment. Like, hey, have you read this? It's like, okay, well, if you haven't read it, tell me what you think from not having read it. And then that's all that matters to me. It's the in the moment. Like that's the moment. And the thing is, it only verifies how close we are in thought. But it's not, oh, you should have been there. Like, you should have been there. Hey, I saw this great movie. You should have been there. That's why we're friends. We should have had this shared experience. Yeah, that's fair. Like, we're terrible at that. If you value those things, we are terrible friends. Me, Eric, Adam, Greg, and Eric are terrible friends. If your value system deals with sharing experiences, it's absolutely garbage. Like, we are not best friends. But they are my best friends for the very reason you're probably not best friends with your friends. And that's, I can appreciate that these people react, make decisions, critically think like me. If I have a problem, I bring it up, and they will either confirm, they will likely confirm and help me understand and ground my decision making. And that's all that matters. We think alike. We don't necessarily share. So I'm not sure if they're sentimental. I would say all of us are not sentimental. We barely even hold on to, like we're not sentimental people. I say is different in our approach is what draws us together. I wouldn't say I value mundane things more than thought process. Well, do you think mundane things? Okay, that's fair. I don't think I insisted mundane. It's funny you say it that way. Yeah, I don't think a thought process is a mundane thing. It happens every day. But I don't see how anything could be mundane with another person. Yeah, so it's a paradox. So there are things you do with your friend that are mundane. That's probably where we're probably gonna not resonate here. I don't think there's anything that I do with my friends that's considered mundane. It's much more intimate. I can see that. That's probably why people think that we're closer friends and personalized. That's fair. I can't say that that sentiment, I can echo that sentiment, especially my friends. Maybe I should ask Eric. That would be interesting. We haven't ever placed our friendship on scrutiny. Like, rarely do people ever ask about me and my, like, how, like, they rarely, we don't offer voluntary information. So, like, I don't voluntarily ever offer this stuff, but it's because people don't ask, right? When they ask, it means I have their attention or they're genuinely curious. I'm not a person that voluntarily share things. Um, so we haven't had the opportunity where someone proposed a question to me and Eric, like, how are we friends? So we don't really think about it too much. But I can tell you, if I am like Eric, I am going to tell you that Eric and I, so both of us, there's a big digression about English as a second language, but it's okay. I think I get what you mean, because you are saying something that other Americans would say. Like, I'm not saying that the vast majority of Americans and friendship people would probably agree with you and know what you're saying. So I spend more of the time arguing. I spend more of the time sharing the perspective that we may have. Eric, including myself, we're going to confirm that later. I'll probably ask Eric on Sunday. He will probably think of all the exceptions. So the first thing he says, like, that's a big generalization. It's probably a very bold statement. So let's think. Are there any things that are not a thought process, but equally or arguably just as intimate? For friends, everything I have here, right here, this is valued more than a thought process. A lot of times, these objects that I kept, even against my materialism, my minimalistic lifestyle, I've kept these things because these things embody thought. They might seem like mundane objects here, but it appeals to my sentimentalism, even though it's a rare case. And the idea that I have these things means the world. So these mundane things are far more intimate in the scope of most things than the thought process. They legitimately are the extension of someone's thought process. So Eric would probably churn the idea, like, he's going to be wishy-washy, like myself, where, like, I can understand that, absolutely. And then I'd be like, it could also be interpreted this way, cool, now we're all confused. And it's like, well, glad we discussed it. That's probably what he's going to say. And we will come with no apparent answers. It will just be the idea that we spent the time entertaining and discussing all the alternatives. And inherently, that would be the example of having related thought processes. That discussion came with no ideas, no revelations, just the idea that human value system is extremely dynamic. He wouldn't use those specific words, though. I think our dialogue and our vocabulary has divided. It diverged since college. So his wording and phrasing is going to be different. They don't mean anything to you without them meaning anything to you in that case. Well, here's the deal. Here's the deal, right? You're thinking that one can be separated from another in order to qualify your which one is more intimate. They are inseparable, which is the basis for your argument here. Your argument is that they are inseparable. These mundane things are related to thought process. So one is no more intimate than the other because they are connected. So inherently, for me to accept what you just said, I must refute what you said earlier. If you want to accept what you said earlier, I must refute what you just said now. If the thought process and the mundane are related, one in itself will affect the other. So it's very difficult to evaluate what is more intimate and what is not. Unless you want to say they're separated. Then I can totally understand that. For sure. Dave, it's difficult for humans to think of anything not being part of a thought process. At least for myself. So I can't compare them to. They are interconnected at all times. So I can't view what's more mundane, what isn't. I can't value something more than what's less. That's what you got to learn about the person. I disagree. But that's probably why I'm friends with that person. I can be someone's friend without having to know that, to be honest. Like, I don't have to tell someone that's the reality. So at this point, I will reject what you just said and accept what you said earlier, because that's kind of what you believe in, that they're not necessarily connected, so that they can be compared. I cannot compare them. So the people I surround myself with wouldn't necessarily compare them either. Some of the most fundamental, mundane things in life is such a cherished thing to another. And that involves a thought process. It could pragmatically explain how you feel that most people don't click with you and also affect you negatively. And for me, the other way around. Because I can't see someone doing mundane things, or I don't want to. I can probably respect and know that is a mundane task. I can still appreciate that. So, like, for example, a mundane thing is what that person ate yesterday. Say, like, yesterday, I found out that Eric ate a avocado, tomato on toast. What does that mundane thing to other people think? It's like, okay, well, the subject here is between the two people that know each other, right? So if I was a stranger and you're telling me that is very important to you, my first inquiry would be like, dude, do you have a special memory with that avocado toast sandwich? Like, oh no, you're gonna say, you could say like, oh no, it's just whatever they ate. It's not important. It's like, so are you telling me that you want it? Like, you share details about the avocado toast, tomato toast, but it doesn't mean anything? Just that informs me about the type of friendship you have, which is not bad or good. It's just whatever the value system is. It is still important to me. It's not just a mundane detail. As a stranger that has no someone, I place these things, and I over my 3 years of streaming, the most frequent question I've had was regarding these things. These are mundane things. So why do people ask me about these things? You're suggesting that they're not intimate. So instead of asking me about what I say or I'm doing on screen, they decide to ask me about these things. That's from the stranger's perspective. But now from a friend's perspective, what does knowing that Eric just decided to tell me he had avocado tomato on toast? It's like, well, guess what? The last time I visited Eric, he introduced me to that item, and I absolutely loved it. And the reason why he probably mentioned it is probably he thought about that. I mean, it's just avocado tomato on toast. Also, this is my perspective, obviously. I totally, if you had the opportunity, it would be awesome to hear your interactions with your friends, right? Because this is one side at the moment. I'm anecdotally supporting my side, but it would be very endearing and fun to hear your side, how you interact with your friends. It's not to say that your friends, your interaction and stuff is not adhering to your value system. Right now it's one-sided because I'm talking about me and my friends and then my experiences. So your experiences may differ entirely. And that's great. I think that's the best part about sharing stories or talking to other people. It opens eye. I'm agreeing with what you're saying, so I guess there was a misunderstanding. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well, that's... I'm gonna be real. That's even more awkward than, than the first one. Okay, that's kind of... So, you know what? Here's the thing. If you have a good friend, I don't think there's a right or wrong way to go about it. If you know what I mean. Right, Worm Love? I think, practically speaking, that we can take to the bank, right? If you had a friend, if you had a really good friend, it's not a competition or a right or wrong way. It's just sharing how we all are weird with our friends. And there's just really weird stories to be talked about. My and I know it sounds strange, but you know, it's pretty fun. Like Sun and I, okay, all right. Sun and I, we interact. Let's just say we interact almost weekly, by like twice a week or something. And then I have another, I don't even know if Coffers is here. We talk like within hours, all the time. So I am behaving dynamically in a way that makes us resonate. Would I behave like with Eric the way I behave with Sun? I would not. Because then Sun would probably tell me to quit Osu. No, I'm just joking. But I am inherently a very, and this is gonna sound desirable, but it is, sometimes I typically find myself having undesirable traits, but I am inherently more biased to being an agreeable person than a disagreeable person. And yes, you might think disagreeable, that sounds negative. Agreeable, that sounds positive. But no, it's more of a having the cake and eat it thing. Being an agreeable person comes with trade-offs. And one trade-off is being friends with many people who don't necessarily resonate on all wavelengths. Sun and I have 5% things in common. But that 5% is the most important thing. Or at least we deem it's important enough to remain friends. There's not a time that I could do something outside of Osu that would resonate with him. And yeah, it could be considered those mundane things, but those things are not mundane to Sun. His hatred for Sekiro could legitimately probably destroy a friendship. So I cannot trivialize that. I know I know as a biased, agreeable person that I must behave and speak a certain way. And some people might think, oh, that's being pretentious. That's me. Well, no, that's me. That's me. If you don't like someone who's it's just going out of their way to be agreeable, then we wouldn't be friends in the first place. Uh, just the exchange. I keep rare opportunities, I guess. I want to maximize opportunities. My friends know that. I wouldn't treat them in a way they're one of the biggest cons. Let's just go with a con to balance this. It might sound like, oh yeah, but no one's like that. It's like, you're right. Not a lot of people are like that, because I can tell you one thing, that it doesn't help. It doesn't help with your own desires, your own goals, your own success. I'm not a rich person. I'm not the G, as some people say. I'm not a king. Like, those things you give up for being agreeable. You put yourself second. And that's a terrible survival strategy. So when I was working, I had to do what I'm terrible at, which is to step on someone to get higher. So I milked systems and stuff to get my degree. Like, that's what you have to do. But I'm terrible at it. I still do it though. I'm smart. I'm realistic enough with myself that when I have to step on someone to get to a higher ladder, I will have to do it in order to achieve my goals. But most of the time, I don't. I choose not to. So therefore, I'm not a millionaire. I'm not a leader. I don't have a multi-billion-dollar company. Like, I'm not the guy raking in like 1 million views and stuff. That's for the pragmatic opportunist. And I'm not very good at that. So therefore, I spend most of my time, quote unquote, to the successful few, wasting my time. Like, all right, fair enough. It's not a waste to me, but, I cannot deny that I could use my time to make money, to, I don't know, do something, further my status. Those are really valid points, but I didn't. And it's the biggest challenge in my life to be that way. So if there's anything that I am deficient at and makes me a very terrible employee, in which I try to mask in an interview. I mask in an interview all the time. I don't seize opportunities. That's one of the biggest things. And what does that inform me of? I encourage others to seize opportunities. So if you feel like you only make a few friends, that sounds like someone who knows how to seize opportunities and put themselves first. I get that's corollary. It's corollary to a successful person. What are successful people like? They're lonely. They strive higher. They're extraordinary. If you want to be the best, you are going to be lonely. Like, more lonely than a more agreeable version of yourself. So if you're comparing yourself, right? The one that's willing to bring other people with you and share the victory versus yourself in an alternative universe that wants to be number one, relatively speaking, compared to your hypothetical stuff, from a logical perspective, you will be lonelier being number one and sharing a victory at number 3. And that's, one would say, to an artificial life form, I guess, that would be illogical. But then we have beautiful things like Silver, who, with his wife, had a child. That's wonderful. It's the exchange. So as an agreeable person, someone agreeable. If you truly think you are someone who think agreeability is key and it's a life and a mantra, you probably have done it long enough to realize how little you care about yourself most of the time. I was overexhausted at work because I literally didn't care about myself. I overworked myself. I was underweight. I fall asleep standing up. Like, it happens. So I need to get with the program and put myself first every once in a while. Which, well, I stopped working in science. That was a tough decision. And I'm not sure if I'm going to continue or return to working in science, because I had a really unhealthy relationship with my career. Yeah, that's a good example. I mean, it's not to say that I got better. When I stopped working in science, the first 6 months of Twitch streaming, I streamed 14 hours a day on average for 6 months. The only thing I did was order things to be mailed to my room. I just went to the bathroom, eat, sleep, and I streamed. So, yeah, I do have a work ethic issue. So, and it's not the type of work ethic issue that most people have, I guess, which is like being complacent, not wanting to work and all that. It's doing all the stuff that's undesirable. Because I find it challenging. Yeah, but just to share a little bit, it really sucks. I kid you not. Like, there are trade-offs. Being a selfish person and a selective person helps, number one. So do not feel that I am saying it's one way or the highway. It's a balance. You gotta know your balance. I am a very unhealthily agreeable person sometimes. Here's a fun thing. I usually use this every once in a while. I had a mutual breakup with someone because that person felt guilty that I never asked them for something. There's a lot. It will take like 8 hours to talk about all the perspectives that led to this moment and how it's reasonable from all sides, like all different sides. But the fact is, the relationship was terminated mutually because I do not have a propensity to ask for something in exchange for giving something. And that guilt accumulated to the point where they could no longer persist in it. Yeah. It was fine. Like, we were mutually... It basically means that I didn't give them the opportunity. Yeah. What Silver said. I didn't give them the opportunity to feel needed. So that was the dissonance. The value system for both of us were different. My value is that I provide everything. That is the value system that I have, because I only ask for help when I need it. But it is being disconnected with the person who feel need is an equivalent exchange, whether you need it literally or not. It's a mutual exchange. So I could not provide that. Like, I would inherently not do that. And that creates a disconnect. It creates an emotional built-up of guilt. So, yeah, one of our relationships ended that way. As in, like, friendship relationships. We were seeking something more, but it didn't get there. So it's fairly mutual in all regards. Like the intent was to be more than that. The intent was to be more. No, it was assumed that we would be together. Like whatever it was. But but it didn't work out. We weren't friends yet. So to give you a hot take, we were arranged to meet because our parents knew each other. Just as a, I know there are a lot of cultural differences here, so it was more like a arranged meet, and then that started the the relationship for 9 months. Just different values. I do have to go to the bathroom. Maybe I will hold. What did I learn? Yeah. Okay.
See you next time.
Let me bring up a I'm gonna bring